Chapter 1289. Guan Yinda was the county magistrate of Hongnong County in the Tang dynasty and not the county secretary during Li Yi's time. He was at a loss as he did not know anything about forms. He also did not know how to cheat. In the future, he might be able to cheat a little. If he cheated once, he would think that no one would find out. If it was Li Yi who looked at the data, he would laugh his head off. It was too fake. Couldn't he be more serious? At least let me see the level of excellence of a fake. A fake is a fake. There is no way to turn it into reality. Li Dongzhu, I have dug it out. There is water here. Dig down a foot. When the ice comes out, the water will be full. Shouts could be heard from the people working. They sounded very excited. Guanming residents, do you know what is going on? A foot of ice. Li did not look at it. He had to dig a little longer to make the hole big enough for a person to enter. Guan Yinda was stumped. Li Dongzhu, you mean, the current rain, the current season, a foot of ice. What is the situation below? Li Yi changed his words. How would I know? Is there a reason? Guan Yinda was anxious. He really did not understand. It is already the 12th lunar month. How thick is the ice in the other rivers? Is it that the higher the terrain, the thicker the ice? Li Yi asked. Yes. Guan Yinda nodded. Yes, my ass. The water in the higher ground flows downwards. This is a small river. Where is the thick ice? The ice in the lower ground is thicker. Be normal. Don't think about other things. Don't feel pressured. I will tell the chancellors about your greed for money. As long as you don't use the money to gamble and spend it on your wife, parents, and children, I will forgive you. Li Yi reassured him. He guaranteed that the logistics of the place would be better. The promised roads would be repaired. The people who worked would benefit. The people who paid taxes would be less mediocre. They would even carve their names on the road. This was enough. He, Guan Yinda, wanted to get some money for his family. From a human's point of view, there was nothing wrong with it. Yes. Don't do that. Calm down and think about it carefully. How thick should normal ice be now? Is there any problem with the thickness of the ice in front? Li Yi said, Don't lose your judgment because of my identity. You're the county magistrate, so you can't be a yes man. I don't need you to bow and scrape in front of me to show respect. As long as you raise the standard of living of the people, I will toast you. Guan Yinda took a deep breath. The newspaper said that taking a deep breath would increase the oxygen content. But he could not take too much deep breath as he would get drunk. Guan Yinda wasn't drunk on oxygen, but he had a stomach full of cold air. Li Yi considered giving him a bowl of ginger and sugar water before dinner. It was brown sugar. Li Dongzhu, I know. This is where yin and yang converge. Guan Yinda took a full 5 minutes to give such an answer. There's a low-temperature hot spring below. The water temperature is maintained at 12 degrees all year round. There's a large underground lake inside. Li Yi said it himself and didn't ask Guan Yinda to analyze it. I'm talking about the geological and hydrological structure. And you're talking about feng shui with me? Of course, if feng shui can explain this situation. It's obvious that you don't understand feng shui. You should say that the 4 yin converges. Extreme yin produces yang. When the earth is deficient, the water increases. Winter and summer flow. This is called feng shui. What are you talking about? To put it bluntly, the temperature of the underground water is as high as 0 degrees Celsius. At the same time, the pressure level of the water is 1 foot below. When the water is not frozen, this position can be connected to the river above. When the water is high, the pressure will be strong. When the water is less in winter, the pressure will weaken. The pressure of the surrounding underground water is not enough to push the water out. So the water below is maintained at the same height, and it's impossible to form thicker ice. It's a special geological structure. What's the use of it? Sampling, testing, and according to the current water temperature, it can be filled directly. Many of the mineral water from Li Yi's era, the most common sweet mineral water, can be filled at a temperature of -4 degrees Celsius. The density of water is the highest at -4 degrees Celsius. After filling, any change in temperature will cause there to be no more air in the bottle. Many people will find that when they drink this water, the water will come out when they open the bottle. There's no problem. It's because of the temperature. People have considered this problem when they are filling. There are no bubble holes in this mineral water. Any mineral water, purified water, soda water, cold water, etc. with bubble holes will not be qualified. Take that pressure well. Take the water out and water the greenhouse vegetables. It contains a lot of minerals. It's like cucumbers and eggplants. It's sweeter. As the county magistrate, you have to promote this kind of water-irrigated vegetables at a high price. Li Yi is slowly explaining and teaching. As long as you are willing to learn, I will tell you how to do it. Li Dongzhu, I will return all the money I took. Guan Yinda is ashamed. He found that he is much worse than Li Yi in the specific matters of governance. This is the crushing of knowledge. It is said that there is no ice at a depth of 1 foot in the low-lying areas. Li Dongzhu immediately gives the answer. Obviously, the ice in other places is not 1 foot thick. It should be 2 or 3 feet thick. Through the thickness of 1 foot of ice, he can judge the local situation and give the development and promotion methods. Is this the knowledge of seeing a leaf fall and knowing the age of a person? No, it should be hearing the thickness of the ice and understanding the root of the water. Guan Yinda admits that he can't compare. He is so strong that it is unreasonable. One side shouted, and the other side even thought of how to earn money. How can a person reach such a level? What did he say when he came over? The other side knew what he wanted to say, and at the same time expressed their understanding. Li Dongzhu, Guan Yinda wants to be apprenticed. So don't worry. I will take care of old Bai and the others. Keep the money you earned this year. You can't earn any more next year. If you don't want to be promoted, do well for the people. When there is more money next year, I will tell you how to do it. Your methods have too many flaws. According to the form I gave you, if you double the standard of living of the people, I will give you an additional income of at least 1,000 taels the year after. The key is that no one can find a problem with this money. I will arrange it properly. Li Yi is arguing with Guan Yinda for the people, because no matter how you do it, the people who execute it are still the local people. You can't go around it. The local people have to do things according to the local people's methods. There is no saying that the local people will do what you say. This is not realistic unless you are living in a dream. His Li family Zhuangzi is already utopian enough. It looks very arrogant. Huaxi village was the same at that time. But the situation changed, and there are always mistakes. The imperial court's policies have to be implemented when people are ruling. From Li Yi's point of view, Guan Yinda is not bad. Earn some money and do things well. I support you. People hate those who take the money but don't do things. For example, the country with the kangaroos. At that time, they agreed to buy all kinds of things and then invest. There are also funds for travel and study. In the end, the kangaroo country got a lot of benefits and then turned around to bully you. They must think that you are afraid of me and that it is right for me to earn your money. When I scold you, you are not allowed to talk back. When I hit you, you are not allowed to fight back. Because of what? Because I am nobler than you. You did not make any mistakes, so I found fault with you. You have to explain to me. When I made a mistake, you cannot say anything. Do you understand? That's why there are too many people living in a dream. Li family Zhuangzi, this dreamlike place wants face. Chapter 1290. Li Dongzhu, the cave entrance is big. The water is warm, it's not cold at all. A shout came from the other side. Not cold. Your hands are frozen outside, and you feel hot when you touch cold water. Let's go. Put on the diving suit with me. Li Yi didn't feel warm, so he still chose to exchange for a diving suit that kept him warm. If the temperature under the ice was really too high, there would be no ice layer above and it would melt. However, there could be ice layers around it, like a hot spring in the snow. Li Yi entered the car and took out 5 sets of diving equipment. The diving suit prevented shark bites, but Li was still worried. What if the taser gun encountered a big fish and hit him? Guazi put on one set and gave the other 3 to the 3 winged knights, who were the best swimmers in the team. The 5 of them were ready. A rope was first lowered so that it would be easier to pull when they came back. At the same time, there was also a light that could shine underwater. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find their way back. The 5 of them stood at the side of the cave. Someone lifted the gills of a big carp from the entrance of the cave. The big carp looked to be more than 15 kilograms. It probably found that this place was brighter than other places and came to get some air. Julie, the chefs are making fish slices. Let's go down. Li glanced at the big fish and didn't plan to let it go. He went down first, turned on the light, observed the surroundings, and swam for a distance. Guazi was the second and made way. He carried an underwater light, and the 5 of them went down to explore the bottom. Li looked at the depth chart and slowly descended. 35 meters the bottom. He made a hand gesture and asked the 4 of them about their condition. The 4 of them returned a set of hand gestures, indicating that there was no problem and that they were not nervous. He made another hand gesture, indicating that they had to disperse and come back in 30 minutes. Guazi put down the light, and the 5 of them spread out with the diving light, each looking for a position. Every 10 meters underwater, there was a pressure of 1 atmosphere. The physical requirements were relatively high, and breathing in nitrogen was uncomfortable. If they only went down and stayed in this position for 10 seconds, the winged knights didn't need to wear an oxygen tank. Powerful freedivers could take the initiative to exhale air when they reached the depth of pressure and complete the decompression operation during the rapid ascent. In any case, Li wouldn't know how to do it, but he guessed that Guazi would be able to learn it. Li swam and observed the surrounding situation. He confirmed that it was an underground lake. The thermometer showed that it was 8 degrees above zero. It was a hot spring. As for why he did not discover it at that time, it was probably because of the geological changes that caused it to disappear. However, there was a hot spring and the water temperature was not low. This place would belong to Lingbao City in the future, a county-level city. The current 8 degrees was obviously not suitable for hot springs, not even in summer. They needed to take a sample of the water and test it to see the composition of the water. It was high in minerals and was not harmful to the human body. It could be drunk and watered even more. The royal family had a hot spring planting area and a field watered with hot spring water. The cucumbers grown there tasted better than those grown in greenhouses. Black fish. According to what they said, there should be a big black fish over 2 meters long. How many years has it been growing? Li muttered. He wanted to find a big carnivorous fish and kill it. Only then would it be stable on the surface of the water. It would be safer for people to play, but it was unrealistic to raise fish. The seedlings were all drilled into the underground lake. The underground lake was also connected to the underground waterway. God knows where it would lead to. However, they could make the mouth a little bigger and then put down the net to catch the fish. There should be a lot of fish in the underground lake and the underground waterway, naturally breeding. If it were not for the black fish, there would probably be a lot of other fish. They thought that fishing would replace the black fish and help the number of fish in the underground lake to maintain the balance. Li thought about how to make better use of the hot spring while swimming. It would be convenient if he could find the water outlet. Make a big net at the water outlet to prevent the fish from going out. They would stay in the underground lake and throw things down to feed the fish. Catch as many carnivorous fish as possible. When the other fish grow up, they would go up to live in the summer. Fishing. When fishing, use a big hole net and leave the other small fish. The water at 8 degrees Celsius in winter could be used in the surrounding vegetable greenhouses after the water pipe was insulated. It was not a problem to lead it to the livestock trough. Poultry and livestock all needed to be replenished with minerals. Find a place to make a pressure well and let the people eat the pressure water. It would be best if it was weak alkaline. Let's see the test data. Li muttered again. He thought of many ways to use the underground, low-temperature hot spring to help the local development. He came in person to develop the local economy and take Lilongji and the others to sightsee. He also wanted to go out for a walk. It was annoying to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi all day. Li Yi, who was looking for the black fish and wanted to electrocute them, continued to swim. The visibility underwater was not far. As he swam, he found a wall in front of him. There were holes of various sizes on the wall. It seemed that they were formed naturally and not artificially. He swam along the wall. The big holes were about 1 meter in diameter and could easily swim in. He could not see if the small holes were permeable or not. He did not dare to go in. He did not dare to go in any of them. Natural weathering? Water erosion? So it was weathered on the surface and then sank? Li Yi was analyzing the formation of these holes and where the holes were connected. He did not intend to explore today. After swimming for more than 20 minutes, Li Yi began to run back in a straight line. It was almost time. He did not encounter any big black fish, but he did not regret it. He planned to stay here for a few days. Anyway, he would go back to Chang and before the new year. When he returned to the rendezvous point, the other 3 people had also returned. There were still 3 minutes left before the half-hour deadline. The 3 winged knights did not want to take the risk. This was not a war where they had to risk their lives. After swimming 1 round and understanding the situation, they had to act according to orders. There was no need for individual heroism here. Li looked at his watch. It was almost half an hour, and Guozi had not returned to the team. Li Yi gestured to the 3 people, indicating that they should not be anxious. If they were anxious, their oxygen consumption would increase. If they could not handle it, they should go up first and change their oxygen and nitrogen cylinders. Once or twice, it would not affect their health. After half an hour, Li Yi gestured again. There were only 5 minutes left. The 3 people also looked at their watches. They felt that time was passing so fast. It was as if the second hand was ticking. They hoped that it would slow down a bit and wait for Guozi to come back. They were not allowed to look for Guozi now. It was discipline. Li looked calm. He had confidence in Guozi. How could Wu Ji and the others have any problems down there? 4.5 minutes had passed. It was almost 5 minutes. Everyone was going to go up. A spot of light appeared in the water. The 3 winged knights smiled. No one could see it. Sure enough, the spot of light gradually became bigger and started to dazzle their eyes. Guozi came back with a big fish that was even longer than his body. The 3 winged knights went up. Li Yi picked up the lantern on the ground, shook it, and swam up first. When they reached a depth of 20 meters, he stopped. Guozi and the other 3 people with the big fish also stopped. After about 2 minutes, they swam up again and stopped at a depth of 10 meters. After a minute, Li Yi went up first with the rope. He said, "Quick, prepare a big net." "No, tie a thick rope with a stick." Chapter 1291. The skewers and ropes were pulled down, and the people below started to thread the fish. When the people below pulled the rope to indicate that it was done, they pulled it up. A 2.5-meter long black fish appeared in front of everyone. "Oh!" the commoners exclaimed. "So big?" Without anyone asking, someone went to get the scales, poles, and ropes. Guozi and the other 3 were pulled up. Guozi took off the respirator and panted. He was not used to using it to bite his mouth. There were many holes in the fish's head, and its eyes were already soaked. It was obvious that Guozi had fought with the fish underwater and lost at the cost of the fish's life. "How did you fight?" Lilongji asked. He looked at such a big black fish and was afraid. In the water, such a big fish could take a person's life. It was faster and more agile than me. My reaction was faster, so I gave it an arm to bite, the arm that was holding the lamp, and then I stabbed it to death. Guozi said as he touched his right arm. He was used to fighting with his left arm. It was not that he was left-handed, but that normal people were not used to their opponent's left arm. He did it on purpose. When he met a big black fish, he did the same. "Oh!" Many commoners looked at his diving suit. They could already see the black fish's teeth. If it bit, its bones would probably break. Why was it fine? What kind of suit was that? Aren't you afraid of your arm being bitten off? Guaninda reached out and touched it. Dongju said that this suit could block a bite of 3,000 kilograms. I believed Dongju. As expected, the black fish could not bite through it. Guazi's expression was calm, like it was not a big deal. What if Dr. Li was wrong? Guaninda looked at the dead black fish and did not dare to put his hand near the fish's mouth. Impossible. Dongju would never lie about such things, much less joke about it. Guazi trusted Li. It is probably because of the light. When the temperature is low, the black fish is not willing to move, so its appetite is low. Li looked at the black fish. It was around 230 kilograms, which meant that there were many fish in the lake. This was not the only black fish. If they wanted to use the underground lake to raise fish, they had to clear out all the black fish. Not to mention the underground lake, even if there were only a few black fishes in the pond, the harvest of the fish pond would be ruined. However, he thought of the various big and small holes inside, and the other fish would hide. The little black fish could eat small fish, and they would eat each other as well. When they gradually grew up, it would be difficult for them to eat small fish. They could not go in and could only guard. Nature was so magical that it maintained a kind of balance. The chefs came over again. The fish slices of the big black fish were even better. He took the big pole and hung it up to weigh. It weighed 231 caddies. With this, he could make a lot of sashimi. It was impossible for one person to eat half a kilogram of sashimi. 1 or 2 slices would be enough. You have to pay for the fish slices, 5 cents per slice. Sign up if you want to eat it. Li shouted. The surrounding citizens. Why did Li Dongju want money? Wasn't it free? Li Dongju, are you short of money? Li continued to shout. The money from selling the fish slices can be used to build pressure wells to serve the local people. Even the ditches can be dug, so the money is enough. I'll take a look at the water first. If possible, everyone can use this to water the vegetables in the greenhouse. The newspaper will write that it is confirmed that this spring water is used to water the vegetables, and the price will be doubled. Okay, a citizen shouted first, and the others followed. That's right. Li Dongju will not make money from us. The rich people signed up one after another and asked to eat the fish slices. They had never eaten fish slices made from such a big black fish. In fact, Li did not want to eat it himself. The fish was too big, and the meat could not be chewed, especially the black fish. To be honest, when it came to eating a rooster that had been raised for more than 10 years, it really could not compare to a rooster that had been raised for 8 months. Moreover, the head of the chicken could not be eaten. It was poisonous. Of course, the citizens did not eat it for their taste. The little guy ran to the side of the big black fish with his short legs. With his hands behind his back, his legs together, he held his waist and blinked his big eyes. He tilted his head and looked at the black fish's mouth, then turned and ran to Guazi. Did it bite your arm? Let me see. It won't hurt after I blow on it. Guazi hurriedly bent down on one knee and stretched out his arm for the little guy to blow on. The little guy blew a few times and looked at Guazi. The two of them laughed. Wu Ji was speechless. She turned her head and looked at the baby sleeping in the thermal pram. She finally knew how big the gap was. She knew Guazi's family well, and she knew even more about Guazi's fighting ability. Not only could he fight, but he was also proficient in the art of war. He also learned a lot of skills from Li Yi. In the future, he would be a key person to be trained. The entire Winged Knights would be under his command. After Li Yi changed his clothes, Li Longji looked up and down and asked, "What's the situation down there?" I have a camera on my head and recorded it. The underwater terrain is complicated, so I took a water sample. After the test, we will know the result. I have to stay for 2 more days. Then I will return to Chang'an. Li Yi went back to business. He went down once and exchanged for 5 sets of good equipment. He could get oxygen by himself, but he had to exchange for nitrogen. Of course, he could do it without nitrogen, mainly because he didn't know the depth before. It was more than 30 meters. Without nitrogen, the wing knights could withstand it. He had no problem himself. He used to free dive 40 to 50 meters, but he didn't do it often. He wore an oxygen tank and didn't add nitrogen. He had gone to 50 meters many times. Nitrogen was mainly used to resist pressure. He held the world record and went down so deep. Danger. Li Longji didn't care about the underground lake. He was worried about Li Yi. How much was the underground lake worth? Could he not want it? Li Yi was in trouble. Could it be measured by money? Ask others to go down later. I won't go. Ask them to wear my underwater camera. I will watch from above. Li Yi didn't want to show off. He knew his position. He couldn't always take risks. He had to take responsibility. Some people went into dangerous places to pursue themselves, while others were weak because of social and family responsibilities. So, which was more important to society or family? Obviously, it was the latter. Humans were not other wild animals. They were social. Human reproduction and growth had never been achieved because of adventurism. Whether it was Magellan or Columbus, their adventures were not the root of human development. With or without them, humans would know about America one day and use its resources. Even if it was 100 years later, it really didn't matter in the long river of time. However, for Li Yi's country, 100 years was still very important. In North America, he suppressed other countries through the economic, political, and military status obtained from World War I and World War II. At the same time, he wanted to suppress Li Yi's country in culture. It was useless to weaken, dilute, deny, and ridicule the history of Li Yi's country as much as possible. Then he made a cola himself. The first batch of cola had to be recorded properly. What first canned food, the first worship, and even the history of the natives. This showed that the so-called countries of the 50 states with more than 200 years of history were envious of Li Yi's country's history. Previously, they wanted to destroy Li Yi's country's civilization through cultural invasion. Unfortunately, they failed, because it was simply impossible. The cultural inheritance of Li Yi's country was not the inheritance on the surface. It was the bits and pieces of life. Li Yi's entire people lived like this. What can you do to change it? Language, writing, environment, etiquette, ethics, and morality, can you cut them off? Why are you so awesome? Chapter 1292. In Li Yi's opinion, some countries were nouveau riche and couldn't see through history. How many civilizations had disappeared in the past 5,000 years? Why was his own civilization still there? There had never been a religion or dynasty that stood proudly forever. There would be more and more religious factions. The tendency of regime change was that they had no roots. One moment, they would lean towards one system, and the next moment, they would lean towards another system. The ruler was at a loss. He only considered Li Yi in front of him and never thought about the foundation of the nation. This was the tragedy of those countries. They were not as good as Li Yi's country. The Orthodox nation was the Han. In the end, the Han people were not purely the Han people. They had long been integrated. Genes could be integrated, and civilization would always be there. In the beginning, the Central Plains was only a little bigger than the Hunan province of the Tang dynasty. It was called the Central Plains. Later, it was not called the Central Plains but China. If one only looked at the current situation to define a civilized country in the entire world, no country had the right to speak. The Han people lost their political power time and time again, but what they did not lose was their tradition. It was normal to lose it for hundreds of years, but in the end, didn't they still integrate? So what if he had sunk into depravity for decades? Therefore, they could not learn from others. Freedom, all kinds of adventures, the more dangerous it was, the more they would go up. To put it bluntly, this kind of freedom was selfish and did not conform to the theory of human development. Humans defeated other beasts in the battle of nature. Could it be because of selfish freedom and the sudden emergence of democracy in the status of the white-skinned population? The reason why human reproduction was at the top of the food chain was because of unity, sacrifice, dedication, struggle, and hard work. When a pride of African lions and hyenas were fighting over a prey that had been put down by a lioness, an African walked over with a big stick and dragged the prey back. At that time, the lions and hyenas watched helplessly as the food was dragged away by others. They did not dare to snatch it. It was not weakness. It was something in their genes that told them not to snatch it. If they snatched it, they would definitely be dealt with. It was all engraved in their genes. One could imagine how humans in history united to fight against lions and hounds. When lions and hyenas bit the cubs in the zebra herd, the other zebras would dodge. When they bit the cubs of humans, humans would not dodge. Humans would fight crazily and not even give you a chance to bite the children. Adults would rush up to block for the children, even if they died. Turning around, they would immediately think of a way to organize people to destroy this pride or hyena pack. This was responsibility. Li really wanted to continue playing, but when he discovered that there were so many holes, he held back. Continue to send the winged knights down. There's no need to add nitrogen. There's enough oxygen. The depth is less than 40 meters. Li chose to stay on the shore. He looked at the people around him. A large group of people had been worried about him. He was unable to pursue freedom, and many people's lives became better because of him. At this moment, any risk he took would be selfish. Only it seemed to him that he had been a little sad at the time. People who quietly contributed to their families and society and worked hard every day would not be focused on. Those who abandoned their families, went on adventures, went to dangerous places, and didn't take good care of their safety measures became internet celebrities. Then he died because the safety measures were insufficient. Many people praised him. Is this freedom? In Li's view, this was self-centered, selfish, irresponsible, and not beneficial to the development of society. People who praised such existences were full of themselves. They should be sent to war-torn countries or South Africa. If you praised them, you wouldn't even be able to eat and would starve to death. In this country, if you could eat your fill and give likes to people who did not have a family and social responsibility on the internet, it was definitely not because the person you liked provided the status quo for you. The father of hybrid rice would risk going to the glacier? What? The social division of labor was different? Then what kind of work did the adventurer get? A worker who ignored his parents and family responsibilities? He hadn't contacted his family for many years. Was he awesome? Was he more awesome than a street sweeper who earned living expenses for his parents and children? If he really admired such a person, then his outlook on life, the world, and values would be completely destroyed. What was the difference between him and the president, who knew more about everything than he did? Oh, yes, he was the president, and he had fooled tens of millions of people to follow him to another civil war. Sigh. Li thought and sighed heavily. He didn't want to think about his past. He looked at Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. These two people had nothing to do with administration and history. Both of you, what do you think? Li asked the two people who would go to Lantian County to be the second and third deputy after the new year. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren looked at each other. Meng Haoren took a deep breath and said, "The water flows deep in spring and autumn. The shore is far away looking for traces. The ox's hooves are not there. The fish falls in the net and sinks." The pastoral style was directly put out and improvised. Just as Meng Haoren finished speaking, Wang Wei said, "For rivers converge, the grass is green and the clouds are reflected. The sun is cold and the frost is gathering. The water is warm and the mist is steaming." He was also improvising. There was a painting in the poem. If the two of them were to paint, Meng Haoren would paint the pastoral and Wang Wei would paint the poem. Li nodded. There was nothing to say. The two of them were like this. He was looking forward to Li Bai. If Li Bai was next to him and wrote an improvised poem, it would be absolutely different. Li Bai would probably write. The sky is full of goose feather snow. The pool is 1,000 feet deep. Leisurely fishing for fish, fine carving for ink. If it was Du Fu, it would be a different style. Du Fu would probably write, fishing in winter at the Vermilion Door, leisurely and cheerful. If you look at the neighbors, food and clothing are hard to come by. Li Yi listened and thought about it. Based on their style, if they did not write a poem, they would not be good scholars. It would be impossible for officials not to write poems. In fact, Li Yi was particularly disgusted by officials who wrote poems. Were they too free? In his time, there were still leaders who wrote the so-called pear blossom style poems. After they finished, they could even be proud of it. How could people who had been studying Chinese literature since they were 3 or 4 years old endure it? Did you think that these people could not write modern poems? A person who could write poems, lyrics, songs, poems, songs, modern poems, and prose, could not write the pear blossom style? It's almost Chinese New Year. Old Bai did not write a letter. This is not his style. I have already prepared delicious food for them. Li Yi did not comment on the improvised poems written by Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. He thought of Baigu. Isn't it almost Chinese New Year? What do you want from Baigu? Hurry up and say it. You used to write a jingle for me. I miss it now. No. Princess Yongmu naturally held onto Li Yi's arm. She did not care about the improvised poems written by Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. She could also write them. She was more concerned about the lives of the people. The children were very happy today. They were also watching and saw the big fish. The carp and snakehead fish were big enough for the children to try. Chapter 1293. Not bad. The mineral content meets the drinking and irrigation standards. It's not weak alkaline water. Li Yi's test results came out when a new batch of winged knights went down to investigate. It was not weak alkaline water. Weak alkaline water was suitable for watering acidic soil. People had a lot of stomach acid. Drinking weak alkaline water could neutralize it. However, there was also a saying that weak alkaline water was suitable for bacterial reproduction. Therefore, if the bacteria content in the water exceeded the limit, it could not be drunk. Now that the water was neutral, it could be used for anything. It was indeed geothermal. Some of the minerals in it were high. It was not hard water if used for drinking. We should raise livestock and poultry locally on a large scale and drink the water from the underground lake. Li Yi considered raising fish locally on a large scale. Mineral water had a lot of trace elements. It was good for the animals' bodies. Some pigs would gnaw on bricks when they lacked food. Domesticated geese usually did not eat fish or shrimp. They would occasionally eat small ones. Another big fish. Cheers came from Li Yi's car. Li Dan looked at the screen, connected to the underwater camera. He saw a big black fish being killed by the winged knights under the light. There were many other fish around that were coming toward the light. The water temperature is high, and then Li Yi was thinking about what to eat when he suddenly froze. He got into the car and said to the winged knights with the camera, "Turn off the light. Turn it on in 20 seconds." The man gestured, and the others turned off the light with him. The moment the light went off, a weak light appeared on the screen. A treasure. Li Yi thought of a science fiction novel. As long as the light was turned off, the surrounding stones would glow. It looked like the light was not coming from the stones. It was refracted from somewhere else. Go find the source of the light. No, send the fish up first and change the oxygen tank. Li Yi thought about eating first. The fish looked to be about 2 meters long. It was not easy for a big black fish to grow so big. It was said that some big black fish could stay on land for a while and then swim in the water like crocodiles. When they saw animals drinking water, they would twist their way to the shore to eat. Anyway, Li Yi had never seen it before. It was theoretically possible. Another big fish was brought up. The diver changed the oxygen tank and went down again. The commoners were all curious. It was a pity that they didn't have phones, otherwise they would definitely take pictures and post them on social media. The diver dived down again to search for the source of the light. About 20 minutes later, when he was about to return, the light in front of him suddenly became brighter. The winged knights swam towards the light. When the lights were turned on, a dazzling golden light appeared. Gold! Li Dan swallowed her saliva. Turn off the lights and continue forward, Li Yi instructed. The heartbeats of the 5 of them almost became chaotic. They swam forward again, and their surroundings were filled with light. It was even brighter. As he swam down, the light in the tunnel gradually became stronger. He swam again and went up. The passage was U-shaped. Then they saw a thin layer of ice on the ground. They used the drill in their hands to prick it. The ice cracked and it shone brightly. 2 of you bring down the oxygen tanks and pass them to the other 3. Leave the cameraman behind. 2 of you go up and find your way back. Li Yi knew where the light was coming from. A U-shaped channel had appeared somewhere, and the area was very large. This should be a cave. The sunlight shone in through various scattering and refraction, entering the underground lake. It provided the creatures inside with the necessary light for photosynthesis. Then the fish and prawns grew inside. Xiaoyi, is that gold? Li Dan was still staring at this matter. The others also shone brightly. There was a lot of gold. Li Yi shook his head regretfully. Sulfur iron, or definitely not gold. But this mine, Li Yi was conflicted again. In order to ensure the light in the underground lake, the ore in this U-shaped channel could not be mined. It was not a problem to dig in other places, but he would need to send people to protect it. If it was him, this would become an underground lake diving area. Everyone would come here to play diving, but the prerequisite was that the black fish were cleaned up. Why is it not gold? Li Dan could not accept this result. Li Yi smiled and patiently explained. The place we live on is called Earth. Many years ago, he explained to the people around that gold was very dense. At the same time, there were platinum, tungsten, iridium, osmium. Among these things, tungsten was the most abundant. The other metals were also quite abundant. However, a long time ago, Earth was full of lava. The metals that were dense and not as abundant as tungsten sank. Therefore, the underground was full of lava. There was a lot of gold there. Anyone who could take it out could use it to build a house. And what they saw now was definitely not gold. According to what they saw, there should be millions of tons. Li Yi's explanation was very straightforward and detailed. Everyone listened very carefully. Xiaoyi, how do you know? Li Yi was not thinking about the gold now. He was thinking about Li Yi. It was all taught by the masters. About 30 years ago, Li Yi began to push the blame to the masters again. No one believed him. You were only 20 years old after the New Year, okay? But they believed what Li Yi said. The earth was round. Even without Li Yi's explanation, they already knew. It turned out that there was a time when the gold fell down on earth. Can gold be taken out from the ground? Wu Ji was more concerned about the practical problem. Lava, volcanoes, there is a saying in the Book of Northern History. There is a volcano in the southern border of the country. The rocks beside the mountain are all red. The ground is 10 miles long before it solidifies. When people take it into medicine, it will flow yellow. There is a little bit of it in a place hotter than this. Only then can gold be taken out. Who can go down? Li Yi told Wu Ju that the volcano was just the beginning. After that, it would be flowing and boiling metal. What would it feel like to be poured with molten iron? From head to toe, one would not feel anything in an instant. Li Lang, who wrote the Book of Northern History, Princess Yongmu did not have any impression at all. Li Yanshou, Li Xiaoling, History of the Country during the Jingguan period. Li Yi gave the answer so skillfully that he could find out what he wanted to find out in an instant. This showed that his speed of searching for information was fast, and he was familiar with the use of the system. Everyone believed him again. The name was given, and there were also words. The words given by Li Yanshou were quite interesting. It complemented the name. When they went back to check, they would definitely be able to find out if it was written during the Jingguan period. You are so knowledgeable. Lu Jiu looked at her daughter and then looked at Li Yi. She was satisfied. She felt that Xiao Yi was a good child. She was rich and talented. Most importantly, she was beautiful and delicate. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, and she could fight. She was good to her daughter and doted on her all day long. Moreover, she was not restricted to the Li family Zhuangzi. She even set up a fragrant orchid pavilion outside. In the future, when she planted monkey head mushrooms, the income of 800,000 to 800,000 yuan a year would also belong to her daughter. Most importantly, he did not go outside to find other women. Nothing happened when the Nanchu's big family from Pyongkong Square came over. As for Xiaolan belonged to her daughter and would not compete with her daughter for favor. Such a son-in-law, compared to Lu Jiu, thought about it and looked at Li Longji. There was nothing to say. Li Longji had too many women. Fortunately, he did not continue to look for women now. She followed him. That was quite good. Empress Wang and Wu Ji were not suitable. She could have another child. Chapter 1294. The three divers were quite disappointed. Li Yi was afraid that they would be too excited and run out of oxygen, so he told them that it was not gold. They brought 2 more oxygen cylinders back and tried to adjust their breathing so that they would not consume too much oxygen. Li Yi actually wanted the cameraman to go ashore so that he could observe the surrounding situation. He chose to leave the cameraman in the water because he was afraid that the oxygen supply would not be enough. In that case, he would have to exchange for new diving equipment and call for help. He needed positioning. Life was more important than anything else. Li Yi stared at the screen. If you encounter a big black fish again, don't kill it if it doesn't attack first. Come back quickly. If it attacks first, kill it quickly. Don't bring it along. The winged knights with the cameraman made a gesture, and the other 2 signaled that they understood. Empress Wang stood behind Li Yi and rubbed her stomach as she watched. Uncle, can the explosives be waterproof? Li Yi turned his head in surprise and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's very simple. In a naval battle, wear a diving suit and nail the explosives to the bottom of the enemy's boat. It seems like a good idea. Empress Wang found a good weapon. Li Yi continued to nod. Yes, put a few more explosives and float them in the water. Ignite the explosives that blow up the boat first. Then ignite the other explosives. Then swim away as fast as you can. The farther the better. When the enemy falls into the water, the other explosives in the water will explode. He moved even more and used the vibration of the water to kill people. It was like a deep water bomb. If a person was in the water, the explosives would explode hundreds of meters away. Good idea. Empress Wang expressed her support. That was the right thing to do. It's mainly used in naval battles. No one dares to fight the Tang dynasty on the inland rivers. Li Yi did not focus on land. More and more guns were being manufactured, and there were also many new skyscrapers. Plus, there was a complete logistics system. On land, they were only unwilling to destroy others for the time being. The longer the peace, the more the Tang dynasty's military technology would improve. It was best not to fight now. Every month, a new batch of guns would be produced. When the weather was warmer next year, anyone could fight. The 3 divers were the first to return. Many fishes were chasing after them on the way. They chased them all the way to the exit. When the winged knights were pulled up, the fish's head popped out to catch its breath. Then, someone grabbed its gills and pulled it up. What did it look like? It popped its head out of the water. When its head came out of the water, there was a pause, and then it could only go down in free fall. In this state, the fish was in a situation where there was nowhere to hide. When one fish was taken away, the other fish jumped up and was taken away again. The children were amused and couldn't stop giggling. The adults also smiled happily. What they cared about was not the black fish and the other fish. Their hearts were completely at ease. In the past, they had regarded this place as an ominous place. He was scaring the child, but at the same time he was also afraid. He would always overinterpret things that he didn't understand. Adults and children would occasionally dream of this pond. They would sink deep into it and desperately try to climb out. He woke up with a start and realized that he was sweating all over. Now Li Dongzhu had taken over. Li Dongzhu had personally gone down, and the winged knights had also gone down. In the future, this place would become a paradise. The people were very superstitious. Not only the people of the Tang dynasty, but everywhere was the same. Even at that time, Li Yi dared to go to the graveyard alone at night. Even the gravekeepers could not do it. Many people in the crematorium deliberately made their eyebrows stand up to the sky. Those who dared to go were usually grave robbers. Grave robbers were also particular. They burned paper that should be burned and worshipped temples that should be worshipped. Grave robbers were particular about worshipping temples and not temples. They respected ghosts and not immortals. In fact, there was a small temple here. It was a temple made of stone that was not more than 3 feet high. It was less than a meter high. They would burn incense or something and get some food. They would get whatever was cheap. The food in the temple would not be taken home to eat, for fear of bringing unclean things home. The ancestral temple would be taken home. The ancestors hoped that their descendants would eat well and wear warm clothes. Monks and Taoists could not solve this problem. When the people saw Li Dongzhu's arrival, not only did the problem solve, but also turned a bad thing into a good thing. The fish were pulled up one by one, like a tug of war. Li Yi and a group of people came over to take a look. They waited for the other 2 people to return from the land route. Li Dongzhu, you are really godly. Some people saw that the mud was cleaned up. Everyone was happy and shouted to Li Yi, because I am an official conferred by His Majesty. His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, blessed by the heavens and blessed by the heavens. An official conferred by him would naturally be virtuous. He would touch the Tao of the heavens and walk the path of the mortal world. Li Yi did not even blink. He opened his mouth and said sensible words, pushing His Majesty to the front. Li Longji listened and nodded. Good, very 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 good. After the new year, brother, he would be 20 years old. He had to quickly marry off his daughter. Even if they did not hold a wedding, they had to live together. At that time, he would not be brother E but father-in-law. He would have to call him father. Why not each of them talk on their own? Could this be discussed separately? When Li Longji was happy, he was actually conflicted. He was eager to marry off his daughter. When it was close to night, the 2 winged knights came back. Dongzhu, it's not far, about 6 miles. The key is at the cliff. If we did not learn rock climbing from you, we would probably only be able to rescue them. One of the winged knights reported the situation. The exit was at the cliff. The 2 of them climbed down slowly. The key was in winter. In summer, there were many vines, but in winter, what was there? The 2 of them took off their belts and used their bayonets to cut their clothes into strips. One of them protected from above, while the other went down for a distance and then stabilized himself. The one above would then go down. Just like that, they successfully landed on the ground. They also used the technique of rock climbing. In winter, their hands would be painful and numb. Sometimes they would lose feeling and would have to cover it with their hands. Only the winged knights could do this. If it was someone else, they would definitely fall to their death. Stretch out your hands. Li Yi did not ask where they were and looked at their hands first. The 2 of them stretched out their hands. They were swollen, but not broken. They were not broken not because the rock was not sharp enough, but because the calluses on their hands were thick and trained. Put on the gloves first. I'll go get something. Li Yi looked and went to find something after giving the order. He found radishes and ginger. Chopped them up and roasted the radishes on the pot first. It was not roasted, fried, or stir-fried. Then he mixed it with the ginger and used medical gauze to apply medicine to their hands. Then he gave each of them 2 tablets of nitroglycerin to expand their blood vessels. When there's no medicine, drink some alcohol. Strong alcohol, the higher the alcohol content, the better. Don't use alcohol to apply or wipe, and don't use snow to wipe. Li Yi said to the nurses, who followed him. He still did not ask where the 2 of them came back. Humanistic care was reflected in every little thing. At this moment, if he asked about the content of the mission, it would hurt the 2 of them. Unless it was a state of war or rescuing civilians, then there was nothing about the ginger and radishes. They had to report when they came back. There were priorities. The place was there and it could not run away. Dongzhu, we also found a place, Honglu River. There's a place that looks like a cliff that can be connected to this underground lake. When the 2 winged knights were receiving treatment, one of them explained the situation. Good. Later, the 2 of you will be given big black fish. The 2 of you will go down and catch them yourselves. There must be a lot of black fish down there. In an hour, catch as many as you can. When the time comes, take them out and freeze them. Send them to your families. The other winged knights are the same. Think of a way to get something. It's almost the new year. Together with the New Year's gift from His Majesty, send it to your families. Li Yi looked at the 2 resolute faces. He was gratified and filled with endless emotions. This was the soldier in his heart. He had always trained the winged knights to be in the People's Liberation Army. They were the special forces of the People's Liberation Army, with absolute combat power and political ideology. Now that he had succeeded, the winged knight's hands were as cold as carrots, but they were still so resolute. Well, Li Yi thought that he had done his job well. He did not do a good job in the logistics department. He did not think that there would be a U-shaped hole, and he did not consider that there would be a cliff outside the hole. Just this time, if they encountered the same situation again, the result would not be the same. Li Yi blamed himself. If he did not do a good job in the logistics department, he should have thought of all possible situations. The 2 winged knights were receiving treatment. They did not force themselves. Only by treating their frostbite could they be able to fight. With their hands swollen like this, drawing a bow and shooting would be affected. As for compensation, the 2 of them also wanted it. Dongzhu said that when they went down again, they would catch fish and bring it home. A big black fish. Even if their families did not eat it, they could sell it for a lot of money. Black fish were most suitable for fish slices. They had few bones. Next time, when the depth is less than 50 meters, do not add nitrogen. Try to leave some space for oxygen. It will last longer and can bring more emergency supplies. Li Yi found the problem and immediately solved it. If he did not apologize, it would be meaningless. Compensation was the most important thing. Then he would prevent similar things from happening again. Is the water cold? Li Qingqi wanted to compare. He had been bathing in cold water recently. It's much warmer than playing water polo in the Ba River, the winged knights replied. They like to play water polo now and dive into the water. The temperature of the ice water was 0 degrees Celsius. So the temperature of the water was definitely higher than 0 degrees Celsius. The scariest part of playing water polo now was to step on the water with the upper body above the water. If there was a wind, it would feel like a knife. Water knew that under normal air pressure it would not freeze. It was guaranteed to be higher than 0 degrees Celsius. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. He was a winter swimmer. The scariest thing was not in the water, but before and after the water. The temperature in the water was higher than 0 degrees Celsius. Once out of the water, the temperature outside was negative 30 degrees Celsius. What the skin felt was not cold, but pain. It was like being pricked by needles. Let's put it this way. Within 20 minutes, a small number of people in the northeast took off their clothes. They could grit their teeth and persevere on the icy ground. They had to exercise. If they did not exercise, they would be transported to the morgue. It was no longer a problem of the cold. It was an injury. The cold would cause the skin to blister and become red and swollen. Li Yi's feet, hands, and face when he was a child had experienced it. It was all for fun. In his era, it was normal for the northeast to be -30 degrees Celsius. There was no air conditioning or heating. It was just a brick bed. We will stay here tonight. 2/3 of the people are allowed to drink. When Li Yi took out the big jar of glycerin, he made a decision. Whatever he said, no one objected. Those who were qualified to object did not object. What was the use of those who were not qualified to object? The people were here to eat, not to protest. Chapter 1295. The sky was dark, and the water had lost its light. The people ate fish, not only black fish, but also other big fish. Big-headed fish and carp were all caught. They were big and ate small fish and shrimps, which were not suitable for raising fish in the underground lake. The hole was enlarged, and a large net was placed. When the light was turned on, the fish swam over, and a winch was used to tie a thick rope to the net. This was the winter catch, but there were no rods. Instead, a hanging net was used. Every time a net was collected, the people happily picked up the big fish and threw them aside. Someone cleaned up, but the internal organs and scales of the fish were not thrown away. The location of the light was determined, and the outlet of the lake was also known. The remaining matters were related to raising fish. Li Yi wanted to build a fish pond next to the pond. The fish pond was used to raise small fry. Before winter, they would be placed in the pond. When the weather turned cold, they would be placed in the underground lake. A large number of redworms need to be raised with feces and then fed to the fish. The water contains minerals, so there is no need to use other fertilizers. Li Yi weighed the drinking water of the people and the raising of the fish. In the end, he chose the latter. The people could drink other water, such as boiled river water or well water. Fish meat and other meats had similarities and differences. They both contained protein and fat. The red worms referred to the larvae of chironomid mosquitoes. Chironomids were harmful to plants, but they did not suck blood. Li Qingqi was eating sashimi, which was cut thinly. Seeing that Li Yi was not eating, he smacked his lips impolitely. The local people will have a lot of fish to eat in the future. Li Yi was eating braised carp. He added a new thing, beer. Hops were taken from the Anshi Jidushi to grow. Now that there was enough, he began to use them to make beer. The bitterness of hops could suppress the fishy smell of the fish. It was better than yellow wine. After swallowing the fish meat in his mouth, Li said, "The local people can't eat it. The local people can make a lot of transportation tools, such as," Li Yi said his arrangement. Fish were raised in spring water. He would advertise it and sell it to the rich. Even Chang'an could be transported there. Fish food could be put in, and air could be manually pumped in. Was it expensive to sell a 3-catty carp for 100 coins? The brand had to be protected. After we make money, we will come back to provide infrastructure for the local people. The pond belongs to Hongnon County, and I plan to cooperate with the people of Hongnon County. Li Yi spoke of a different model. He did not want to cooperate with the Hongnon County Yamen. They were changed to commoners. Commoners would receive dividends, and commoners would help with maintenance and work. After selling the fish and prawns, part of the profits would go to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the rest would be used for public projects. The rest of the money would be distributed to the commoners according to the number of people. Even the babies would get some. Li Lang, the number of live-in son-in-law and women who are willing to marry into Hongnon will definitely increase. Princess Yongmu thought of the influence on the local economy from the fish farming and fish sales cooperation. She believed that in a few years, the local people would receive a lot of money. Then everyone would try their best to have children, and the children would be counted as heads. If she could give birth to 6 or 7 children at once, she would be rich. Li nodded. Subsidies for childbirth should belong to the welfare category of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is still poor at the moment, so I'll come up with a model first. Li Yi needed population. The Tang dynasty currently had tens of millions of people, with few men and many women. Because of the war, the slightly wealthier families would have wives and concubines. At the thought of having children, Li Yi frowned slightly. After the new year, 16-year-old girls can get married and have children. I will continue to emphasize in the newspaper how to exercise before childbirth and precautions during pregnancy. Because of the war, the Tang dynasty was in urgent need of population. 13 and 14-year-old girls had to get married and have children. The risk of having children was too high because they had not developed well. Li Yi wanted all married women to be able to do horizontal and vertical cross-training. In fact, he had been using this since he was a child. Generally, starting from elementary school, boys and girls were required to do sit-ups to exercise their abdominal muscles. After that, the boys had to do push-ups and the girls had to do shoulder and elbow exercises and exams. In junior high school, the girls had to do one-leg hang-ups on a horizontal bar, and the boys had to do pull-ups and vertical leg flips, which required high abdominal muscles. This showed that the girls were always training flexibility, and the boys were always training muscle strength. After thinking about it, he understood the purpose of these physical education classes, which was to have children in the future. The posture of men and women and the posture of the essentials of physical education were compatible. Li Yi thought that the country would not say it out loud. For example, Empress Wang, why was it so easy to have children? She was usually too active. At present, the war is not a problem. The Tang dynasty needs to improve the quality of childbirth and try to reduce the probability of death during childbirth. Li Yi wanted to change the childbirth age. 13 and 14-year-old children were children in Li Yi's heart. Princess Jincheng was married at the age of 13 for the sake of the Tang dynasty. She had never been to the plateau, so she had to go out. Therefore, a general asked for the land of the 9 bends of the Yellow River for her, and the Tang dynasty gave it to her. Unfortunately, Tubo was too careless. After taking the land of the 9 bends, they used it as a springboard to attack the Tang dynasty. When they couldn't win, they asked Princess Jincheng to write a letter to ask for peace in the name of country to country. In history, Tubo still asked for peace in the next year. Li Longji did not agree. In the winter, they asked for peace again. They said about his nephew, but asked for a prime minister's letter. If he signed the letter, would it have anything to do with his nephew? Li Longji refused. In the year 719, they still asked for a pledge letter. Li Longji continued to refuse. Send some beer to Princess Jincheng. I need to kill it first, or it won't last long. Li Yi's heart had already floated to Tubo. In Tubo, Princess Jincheng was looking at herself in the mirror. It was not dark yet. Zan Pu, with a ruler and pearls, helped Princess Jincheng comb her hair. Princess Jincheng was pregnant. The medicine Li Yi gave her worked. She was not pregnant last month, and she was not pregnant this month. The imperial physician who followed Princess Jincheng to Tubo felt her pulse. It was a pregnancy pulse. Princess Jincheng's status instantly rose, and she was treated better than the queen. Other women with pearls were not pregnant. According to historical records, they only had a son when they were 39 years old. But there was a lot of controversy about who gave birth to the son. It was said that Princess Jincheng died at the wrong time, but the important local documents recorded that the son was born to Princess Jincheng. In theory, that son was not the biological son of Princess Jincheng. Before the age of 39, there were so many women, but none of them could get pregnant. Princess Jincheng said that she died a few years ago, so it was not her son. Why was it recorded as her son? Could it hide the fact that she was infertile? In history, it was not important who the son was. Now, Princess Jincheng was pregnant with a child through medicine. She hoped that it would be a boy. She also hoped that the child would be a boy. So, when more than 150,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty seized the source of the Yellow River and were eyeing it covetously, the whole of Tubo felt that Princess Jincheng's status should be higher. Now, Her meals were cooked by her own people. She did not want any supplements. She wanted to protect her child. Once it was a boy, Humph. Chapter 1296. Princess Jincheng enjoyed the treatment of being served by her husband. She followed Li Yi's ideas and medicine and successfully obtained absolute status. She was not sad at all when the dowry of the 9 bens land was gone. She was not sad when the sisters' lake was lost. Today, the Tang dynasty was fighting fiercely. The Abbasid Caliphate, Tukashi, and Tubo were all defeated. The fiercer the Tang dynasty was, the higher her position would be. Kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, mirrors, bicycles, clocks, chili noodles, medicinal herbs, pure cotton clothes, and glass accessories, she had them all. She also had the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, which could be used in Tubo. Li Yi sent her 100,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons of various denominations. When she spent them, the value would double. 1 yuan worth of exchange coupons could buy at least 2 yuan worth of things. She had never spent them before, so she kept them. Looking at the patterns on the money, she felt the power of the Tang dynasty. In addition, many good pieces of coal were sent, including coke and gasoline. She could finally eat steamed rice with a pressure cooker. She had once contributed to the Tang dynasty by marrying far away. Now she had the support of the Tang dynasty. Now she was sitting in the bed, looking at her husband in the mirror as he combed her hair. Her bed reflected the top technology of the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty. It had springs and shock absorbers. If one could make such springs and shock absorbers, they could make guns. Including tiles, log floors, and countless steel pipes with 3 and 4 connections. The whole palace was geothermal. The boiler was welded by the Li family Zhuangzi and had a pressure gauge. He didn't even have a palace. If Li Yi didn't give it to him, he could always snatch it from Princess Jincheng. The craftsmen of Princess Jincheng had studied her things. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty all shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't make it. Tubo's own craftsmen's eyes were filled with stars. Just the welding technology was enough to stun them, let alone the pressure gauge. I will stay here tonight. Qidai Zhu Dan helped Princess Jincheng comb her hair and admired his masterpiece. Let Feng and Jir accompany you. Princess Jincheng happily agreed. Feng and Ji were the palace maids she had brought with her. The name comes from the fact that Huma is in the north wind. It is difficult to cross a bird's nest. She was pregnant and could not sleep with Qidai and Zhu Dan, so she arranged for a palace maid. It would be even better if the palace maids were also pregnant. They were all on the same side. She used to think that the Tang dynasty was too far away from her and that she could not go back. She was just a sacrifice, but she had to stay strong and live on. She was Li Xian's adopted daughter. Unlike the other princesses who were sent out, she grew up in the palace. When she got married, Li Xian sent her off very far away. Where should I send him? They were sent to Sichuan, which was the land of Shu. They drove all the way from Chang and to Sichuan and stopped at Shiping County. According to historical records, the emperor wept and wailed. In order to pardon Shiping County, all crimes and death were exempted. He granted the people a year of tax and changed the county to Jincheng. The township was called Fengqi and the village was called Fengbi. Li Xian couldn't bear to part with her. He drank in the tent, crying as he drank. The local prisoners on death row were pardoned, and the people did not have to pay any rent for a year. The county was renamed Jincheng, the township in the county was called Fengqi, and the village in the township was called Fengbi. Fengbi was a sad separation. This place was called Fengqi Township, Jincheng County, and Fengbili. Putting aside love, it was in line with the practice of redoing it and parting with Junsheng. More than 10,000 miles away, each with the meaning of the poem in the world. At that time, Princess Jincheng was lonely, even if she brought a lot of people. Not now. She felt that she was very close to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's army directly reached the source of the Yellow River. Every few days, things were sent over, including seafood. 3 days ago, They actually sent live sea crabs. Live. 1,000 crabs were sent, and less than 100 of them were alive when they arrived, but they were alive. Princess Jincheng did not know there was a word called will. What she felt was the warmth of home. It was really a distance of 10,000 miles, from the seaside of the Tang dynasty to Tubo. Even dead crabs could be eaten. They were frozen hard and were rewarded to other people in high positions. They had never eaten dead sea crabs. Then, the chef she brought with her followed the cooking methods sent over before: stir-frying, braising, and steaming. The pressure cooker was so useful that it could even cook millet porridge. Princess Jincheng understood. Sending live crabs was not sending crabs, but showing the strength of the Tang dynasty. Money could not be measured. It was technology. It was to tell the people of Tubo how much the Tang dynasty valued Princess Jincheng. If she was wronged, the Tang dynasty could use more logistical resources to take revenge. Princess, there are more things. There are cucumbers, eggplants, cherries, cold gourds, green beans, beanworms, and a lot. They sent them together with seedlings and greenhouses. Ji hurried in, clenched her hands into small fists, and shouted excitedly. Princess Jincheng gently looked at the chi dye pearl pill. Husband, you gave us something. Her husband could only nod. He had been scared out of his wits in the past year. The army of the Tang dynasty attacked like a tide, and all kinds of advanced weapons appeared on the scene. Let's go and have a look. Her husband was now most afraid of Li Yi of the Tang dynasty. Then the bed went out. There were wheels under the bed, but the Tubo craftsmen shook their heads because they couldn't make the bearings for the wheels. The glass of the bed was double-coated with oil and sealed with no water vapor. It was the best technology of the Li family Zhuangzi. The disadvantage was that it had to be replaced after a year. Otherwise, it couldn't be maintained. There were also boxes of light bulbs and foot-operated generators. The entire palace where Princess Jincheng lived would be brightly lit at night. Once the bed was pulled out, it was beautiful under the illumination of the colored lights. That was why she felt that she was not far away from home, even though she was in Tubo. Li Yi's logistical support directly hit her heart. She was a daughter of the Tang dynasty, so her family would not let her suffer. They waited for less than 5 minutes. There was a clock in the bed, so they could see the time. The Tang dynasty's delivery team approached. The double-glazed greenhouse with soil was protected by sleds and wheels under the double protection. The winged knights escorted the convoy here. In the whole world, not only the Tang dynasty, the first to use this technology, was Wentian Lan Xiang Pavilion. The glass was not ordinary glass. The temperature difference changed, so no water vapor remained and frost formed. Why? Because there was heating equipment, not the technology of space. Heating was enough, just like the front windshield of a car. When the hot wind blew on it, it would not frost. Sleds accompanied by large carriages with wheels came over. The greenhouse plants were in the glass boxes, together with the soil, watermelons, short cherry trees, cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas. In fact, these things could be transported by fast horses. Couldn't watermelons be preserved for 5 days? One person rode 4 horses and ran. They could be sent from the greenhouse of Longyu Jidushi to Tubo. According to the speed of the cavalry surprise attack, it would take less than 5 days. But no, this team set off from Chang, and with soil and roots, as well as heating and lighting equipment all the way. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that this was not a gift at all, but a show of strength. The Tang dynasty could send things from Chang and to Tubo. Think about it, if I beat you, what would my logistics be like? Chapter 1297. Princess, Dongzhu ordered us to give you dumplings as soon as we see you. We've prepared the beef and onion stuffing. We steamed them before we arrived. They're delicious now. The people of the Wing Knights set up the big tent in less than 3 minutes. They invited Princess Jincheng and the others to go in. Their attitude towards Princess Jincheng was just as gentle. They were neither servile nor overbearing. They treated the other party as the son-in-law of the Tang dynasty. The nobles of Tubo who were qualified to come and watch were basically staring at the cherry tree. Cold melons would grow if you planted them. Cherries were different. They belonged to the tree. If it bore cherries once in summer, how could it bear cherries again in winter? Princess Jincheng was curious. There were cherries to eat. He was only 14 years old this year, a nominal age. Princess Jincheng was 6 years older than him. Princess Jincheng's palace was the richest. The beef and onion stuffing dumplings were served. Those who were qualified to eat together picked up their chopsticks. The cow was not a yak. It was a yellow ox from the Tang dynasty. For Princess Jincheng, a calf was specially killed. At the same time, there were also a lot of dishes cooked on the way. Many of the dishes used chili. Tubo people loved to eat them. Princess Jincheng ate elegantly. She understood that this was not a meal. It was a deterrent to ensure her position in Tubo, and at the same time to tell Tubo not to think about fighting with the Tang dynasty again. You can't beat them. Tubo people were not in a good mood, especially Qi Lishu. He had been thinking about how to get the territory of the Tang dynasty. His style of doing things was different from his mother's. He wanted to develop the internal affairs of Tubo first. He always adopted the attitude of seeking peace with the Tang dynasty. He was ready to make the pill grow up. Qi Lishu wanted to take advantage of the fact that Qi Daiju Dan was still young to obtain more rights. Waging war against the Tang dynasty could ease the internal pressure. He had presided over many meetings of the alliance, and his authority as a Qi bead pearl was very small. The more powerful the Tang dynasty was, the more pressure he would have. After eating a dumpling, Qi Lishu bowed slightly to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng, there are many technologies in the Tang dynasty now. If I, Tubo, can learn them, the people of Tubo will be very grateful. In the name of the people, he forced Princess Jincheng to ask for technology from the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had sent a lot of good things. If they didn't know how to make them, they couldn't make them even if they dismantled them. The pressure cooker looked quite simple. One pot, one lid, and with a twist it could boil water, cook rice, and make soup. But what about the exhaust valve? Why couldn't the pot lid and pot be fastened tightly when he made it himself? He had used a demolding technique. Princess Jincheng nodded slightly, but showed a regretful look. The technology is not owned by the Tang dynasty. It is owned by the Li family Zhuangzi of Bahui, east of Chang'an. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty can't seize people's technology. She was mature and knew how to deal with it. Can I give you, Tubo, the technology? The Tang dynasty even made guns, hot air balloons, sky-piercing monkeys, and explosive packs. Do you want it too? Humph. Qi Lishu was depressed. What do you mean by seizing people's technology? Don't you know Li Yi's position in the Tang dynasty? If it weren't for Li Yi, would my Tubo have been defeated again and again? Chili is good. Princess Jincheng, can you help me ask for seeds? Qi Lishu asked for the next best thing. The local weather was cold. It was best to eat chili. Unfortunately, there were only chili flour and chili that had not been ground into flour. Not a single seed could be found in it. No, there were seeds that could be seen in chili oil and chili sauce. They were all ripe and could not be planted. Wait for me to write a letter to ask for more chili flour. The seeds are what the Li family Zhuangzi wants to keep alive. They are never sold to the public. Without the seeds, the Li family Zhuangzi will not be able to survive. Princess Jincheng refused again. Don't think you can get good things from me. Chili flour is good. If you want to eat it, exchange. The Tang dynasty needed medicinal herbs. Tubo needed medicinal herbs. Yaks were also good. There were also sheep. If you don't want to hunt, you can exchange fur and animal bones that can be used as medicine. She liked chili, especially chili sauce. She cooked noodles in a pressure cooker and scooped a spoonful of chili sauce. It was refreshing to eat. She also brushed chili sauce when she barbecued meat. After eating, she felt warm all over. Qi Lishu regretted again and asked, "Can cotton be planted?" Princess Jincheng did not refuse this time because it was planted elsewhere. Cotton seeds were probably collected by the people of Tubo, but she was not sure. She did not think it was successful. "I'll write a letter to ask for cotton seeds. If they can be planted well, it will be a blessing for the people of Tubo." Princess Jincheng agreed. "I want seeds that can grow cotton. Some businessmen have brought seeds here. After planting them, it will be difficult for them to survive." Qi Lishu finally told the truth. He did not want any random seeds. He wanted seeds and technology that could be planted in Tubo. Princess Jincheng nodded. "Ask and see if it can be done." After dinner, Princess Jincheng began to write a letter. She mainly wrote about her pregnancy and the current situation in Tubo. Then she made a request. By the way, she asked what the Tang dynasty needed from Tubo, including the issue of land cooperation at the source of the Yellow River, so that the Tang dynasty could make money faster. Qi Lishu also asked Princess Jincheng to ask if there were any good coal mines in the local area. He had already heard of it. Li Yi seemed to know about the mines in various places. Now there were only coal and coke sent from the Tang dynasty. Princess Jincheng gave them some to use to make Kong, which was very warm. It was so far away that transportation was inconvenient. Anyway, Tubo would not send a team to carry coal. Princess Jincheng agreed to ask. Even if there was, Li Yi would not tell her. The winged knights who sent the things camped outside, and the alert level was the highest. They distributed things for Princess Jincheng's people in the name of sending gifts. They could not directly give to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng took a lot of things and naturally had to give them to other Tubo people. The things given by the winged knights to the people of Tang dynasty as dowry belonged to them. It had nothing to do with Princess Jincheng. Chili noodles, chili sauce, soap, skincare products, military coats, quilts, spirits, enamel sets of utensils. Tubo people were actually very good at eating spicy food, especially chili in the sky. Now it was still part of Tubo territory in the future. In the future, Li Yi's kingdom of Buden, they ate chili as a main dish. They ate chili every day, every meal, and as a snack. If there was no chili, they would not be able to live. Hongnon County, Li Yi finished his meal and ate fruits. He ate a frozen autumn pear. It was frozen black. When soaked in cold water, the pear would form an ice shell. It could not be soaked in hot water. Li Yi had soaked in hot water when he was a child. The speed of defrosting was not faster than cold water, and after soaking, the pear was soft and not sweet. The team who sent the things to Princess Jincheng should have arrived. This time they sent a lot of chili products. As if they were telepathic, Li Yi could guess the speed of the winged knights. Princess Yongmu squeezed the pear with her hand and broke the ice shell. If she continued to soak it, the ice shell would form again. Li Lang wants to sell chili to Tubo. She thought, yes, next year we will increase the planting area and find a place where others can't sneak in. Once the seeds flow out, our family won't be able to make a lot of money. Li Yi would rather plant a lot of chili on his own land than let others plant it. Not eating chili won't kill people. In the future, chili can even be exported together with other things. Do the Turks like chili? Chapter 1298. Indians eat curry, so do the Southwest barbarians. Li Yi was once again thinking about exports. Others did not have it, but he could exchange it for many things. There are many other spices in India. They were not worth much locally, but they were very expensive in the Tang dynasty. The Southwest barbarians referred to a large area, including Thailand. After the Tang dynasty, it was called Siam. Could a caddy of chili powder be exchanged for 100 caddies of various spices? Pepper, yes, especially pepper. They would have to wait another year for Cheongjo to bear fruit. How much did India earn in this year? No, the Indians did not earn much. All the money was pocketed by the barbarian merchants. When Princess Yongmu heard Li Yi mentioned India. She continued to pinch the ice shell on the frozen autumn pear beside her. Are there many good things in India? Yes, I have to admit that the climate there is good and the river is not bad. It's just that dead people are thrown into the river. Li Yi suddenly trembled. The floating corpses in the Ganges River were frightening. He was not afraid of corpses, but of hygiene. When the Tang dynasty fought, they also knew to dispose of the enemy's corpses. They could not be left out in the open, or there would be a plague. Every day, when the people saw a floating corpse in the river, they would fish it out and report it to the officials to find out how it died. Then they would bury it. Corpses found in the wilderness were dealt with in the same way. The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that corpses must be buried and the cause of death determined. Those who died of natural causes, such as the elderly, were buried on the spot. Therefore, there were many missing people. Even if they were murdered, such as those who were poisoned to death, the average person would not be able to tell and would just treat it as a normal death. Water burial? I heard that there are many wild burials in Tubo. Princess Yongmu had become eager to learn after meeting Li Yi. Yes, wild burials. There's no other way. Tubo is the same as the frozen soil in winter. Moreover, after being frozen for many years, the frozen soil is very thick. It's not easy for ordinary people to dig. Li Yi analyzed from a technical point of view. There were no sky burials now, only wild burials. Because the relevant teachings had not been passed down, there was no such thing. All the places that could be dug were planted. Generally, they were planted with barley. Where they could not dig, they had no choice but to leave the corpses there. Oh, Princess Yongmu replied and asked, Tubo is cold. Can we grow cotton? Yes, now that the climate is warmer, we can grow cotton in some low-altitude areas. But how can cotton be compared to wheat? Li Yi knew where to grow cotton in Tubo. It was in the southeast. If they could not grow food, Tubo would not have the ability to wage war against the Tang dynasty. Li Lang, will Princess Jincheng's aunt believe in Tubo's teachings? Princess Yongmu suddenly thought of something. I wasn't sure before, but now I don't think so. She trusts the Tang dynasty more. As long as a country was strong enough, the people would believe whatever they advertised. Therefore, we can't blindly advertise it in the newspapers, including planting and breeding. Different regions will treat it differently. Li Yi said as he got up to get another basin of cold water and changed the 3 frozen autumn pears from the previous basin into the new basin. Xiaolan was also there. She did not speak and was trying to record Li Yi's words. In the past, when Confucius spoke, there were people who recorded it. In addition to the real records, there were also people who organized and fabricated it, and it was all written in the Analects of Confucius. Confucius spoke about politics, economics, humanities, military, and other aspects. It was indeed good, and many aspects could be applied by later generations. However, the prime minister of the Tang dynasty and Li Longji were more willing to record Li Yi's words. Li Yi's words were like suggestions, and they were very practical. It was very likely that Li Yi's words inadvertently had a way to benefit the people. It was not important whether he thought about it or not. Everyone would look at it and analyze it. When they found out which one was useful, they would quickly ask him. It was like the technology of artificial impregnation of livestock. If when the technology of hatching chicks came out, they asked, "What can you do with horses?" Wouldn't they know in advance? Li Yi himself did not know. Li Longji sent people to set up a separate department to look at Li Yi's words. Li Longji felt that it was 100 years late after the inoculation of the stallion, and he was distressed about the time. He wished that he could lock Li Yi in a small dark room and do nothing but think for him. Think of all the things and technologies that he should think of. Dong Zhu, can I come in? I think the thing you told me last time can be used. Guazi's voice came from the door. Li looked up. Did you bring your own frozen autumn pears? They are already soaked. I can eat them in a while, but there are only 3. I don't want to eat. Guazi was helpless. Please come in. Li Yi was relieved that he did not have to give his pears to Guazi. Princess Yongmu covered her mouth and laughed. She felt that Li Yi was very interesting. Officer, Gua had a serious matter to ask, but Li Yi was actually worried that there were not enough pears. Guazi entered the house. Dongzhu, I think the method of locking people in a small dark room can work. Small dark room? Ah, actually it's not very useful. Li Yi admitted that he had said that before. How is it not useful? Think about it, if a person stays in a place for a few days and no one talks to him, and the room is dark, ordinary people would not be able to bear it. Guazi analyzed and agreed with this method. Then you have not met any web novelists. As long as they have food and toilet facilities, you can lock them up for a month, and when they are released, they will have a complete outline of their novel. Li Yi shook his head. You don't understand. Some people are not afraid of a small dark room. What? Guazi did not understand. I mean, for example, if you lock me up for a month, there will be food. Black bread will do. If you do not want me to be malnourished, Rujiama would be better. Then you will give me water and toilet facilities. I don't need any light in there, so I will just lie down, sit down, and think about what other technologies I can bring out. After a month of confinement, I estimate that I can bring out at least 20 technologies and a lot of internal and external planning. Li Yi put it in another way. He was not afraid. Really? Guazi stared into Li Yi's eyes. Really? Li Yi was certain. I will tell the others to lock you up, Guazi said, and was about to leave. Stop, Princess Yongmu said. If you lock Li Lang up for a month, what should I do? Guazi slapped his forehead. Yes, I forgot. If I can't lock Li Yi up for a month, who will Her Majesty talk to? Li Yi gestured for Guazi to sit down. The people of Buddhism don't care about being locked up in a small dark room. Our winged knights teach tactics and command. Once you are locked up, you can simulate all kinds of battles in your mind. When you go back, tell the brothers and give it a try. Lock him up for 3 days as part of the training. Z, the brothers of the winged knights, want to thank you. You are the one who provided this idea. Li Yi was very happy. Look, he found another way to cultivate willpower. It was all thanks to Guazi. He was indeed a capable person. Guazi was speechless. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Dongzhu, are you going to tell them that it was my idea? Yes, you are a good person. The Tang dynasty needs people like you. The more, the better. Li Yi praised again. Didn't you suggest it? Guazi asked. I don't want to take credit. It was you. Li Yi waved his hand. This is called credit? They will hate me. Guazi looked at Li Yi with those eyes. Do you really not understand, or are you playing dumb? Chapter 1299. The next day after breakfast, the team began their return journey. Someone would take care of the specific management and use of the pond. Li Yi didn't have the energy to finalize the details one by one. The people of Hongnong came out to send them off. The Zhang family was the most enthusiastic. Guan Yinda stood at the side and watched as the oldest man in the county personally delivered the book of 10,000 people to Li Yi. The real book of 10,000 people was the same as the previous one in Zheng County. The people, including the babies, all put their fingerprints on it. Every time the team stopped at a place, Li Yi would receive the book of 10,000 people. The people knew that Li Yi was rich and couldn't give Li Yi money. Then they heard that whoever held the book of 10,000 people could smash the book on the Prime Minister's face and make him lower his head. The people then provided Li Yi with weapons. We'll give you the book of 10,000 people. If you don't like the Prime Minister, you can smash him. If you can't smash the same copy twice, we'll send someone to inform you and make you another copy. Li Yi accepted the book of 10,000 people, and the team set off. The people began to cry, Li Dongzhu, have a safe journey. Li Dongzhu, watch the road when it's dark. Li Dongzhu, watch your step. Li Dongzhu, we'll always remember you. Li Dongzhu will burn incense for you every day. Li Dongzhu, don't be afraid when you go over there. Li Yi, he smiled awkwardly. The people are too enthusiastic. Over there, they're referring to his Chang'an. Burning incense belongs to the longevity tablet. Everyone laughed. The people's cries were very interesting. Stop shouting. Why are you crying like this? What are you shouting for? Li Dongzhu isn't dead. Someone finally reacted. Yes, Li Dongzhu isn't dead. That's great. Li Dongzhu is alive. You're the only ones crying. Li Dongzhu can breathe. There's a shadow. Li Dongzhu isn't afraid, even if he's dead. He'll come back after beating up the king of hell. Oxhead and Horseface use a sliding pole to carry them back. There are also gifts from the black and white impermanences. The commoners stopped crying. Instead, they said all sorts of encouraging words. Li Lang, you've collected quite a few book of 10,000 people. What's the use of it? Princess Yongmu sat beside Li Yi and asked after waiting for the commoners to send them off for a few miles and the Yulin flying cavalry stopped them. Normally speaking, using the book of 10,000 people to smash the prime minister wouldn't work. Would offending the prime minister have any good consequences? With the book of 10,000 people, you can meet His Majesty. Li Yi knew how important the true book of 10,000 people was. He did not become a local official. If he had become a county magistrate, when he left office, the people would have sent him the book of 10,000 people, and the emperor would have to summon him. There was a lot of pressure on the successor. The previous one left with the book of 10,000 people, and the new one did not. His career was about to come to an end. Under normal circumstances, the successor was smart and would follow the previous district magistrate's policy and arrangements. At the same time, he would promote the previous one. When the commoners saw that he was so sensible, they would also give him one when he left. The more impressive successor would not promote the previous one. He would improve the previous one's policy and come up with something of his own, increasing the commoners' income by several times. But usually the new district magistrate who left with the book of 10,000 people could not do either of these things. Li Yi said these words to Princess Yongmu. The other people in the carriage listened, and some of them wrote it down. Li Tan touched the place on his face where there used to be a scar. He asked in confusion, Li Dongzhu, why can't you do it? If it were me, I would choose to follow the rules. Because there are still the deputy magistrate, the registrar, the deputy magistrate, and other officials. They look down on you, a new district magistrate. You have to deal with them first before you can do anything. In the process of dealing with them, you've wasted too much time and energy. Li Yi gave a very practical answer. This situation was not only in the officialdom, but also in the workplace. Then what should I do? Li Tan thought about it, but he felt helpless. Wu Jiu should know. Li Yi did not answer and looked at Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu nodded gently. If you want to harm the new district magistrate and the outgoing district magistrate, the deputy magistrate and the others will not move. If you want to. She was indeed familiar with such methods. She told Li Tan that as long as they were not collectively transferred, both district magistrates would be harmed. If a district magistrate who had the book of 10,000 people was promoted, he would not be promoted unless he was directly a provincial governor or an assistant minister. Otherwise, when others saw that you had the book of 10,000 people, you were powerful. I'll let you be powerful. After she finished speaking, Empress Wang continued, bring a team to a new place. The new district magistrate will find a new person or bring a team. Empress Wang was talking about the method Li Yi used. He sold medical equipment. If a district manager did well and wanted to promote, he would ask the other party who he wanted to bring. If the other party did not want to bring someone he trusted, then there was a problem. It meant that the other party wanted to control the district and put pressure on the successor. Under normal circumstances, this did not exist unless the person he trusted was outstanding. This was because the person who took over would bring a team. How could a person manage a team? Therefore, if he wanted someone to resign, needless to say, he would be fired. If he was fired, he would have to give extra compensation. As long as the other party was transferred to a district alone, the other party would take the initiative to resign. Li Yi was most afraid of the other party not only not resigning, but also completing the integration in a very short time. At the same time, the business volume would increase greatly. At this moment, Li Yi could only sigh. He had misjudged. It was over. He had lost a general. He could not come back. If the other party had the ability, it would be useless to give him any benefits. He would soon be poached by other groups. If his heart was no longer on your side, you would lose the market of a district. He would definitely change his team and find a new owner. All the customers would follow him and leave. Li Yi had made such a mistake once. His mood at that time was that a single slip would cause everlasting regret. If he looked back, he would be 100 years old. From then on, he would never do such a wicked thing again. Everything is predestined. Let's part on good terms. Of course, he also had another realization. Either he did not make a move, or he did not show mercy. He would directly cripple you and not leave you any chance. Scheming people again. Princess Yongmu mumbled. She hated scheming. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. Scheming against people is sometimes considered helping people. For example, if someone is lazy, you scheme against him and make him diligent. His family's life is better. Shouldn't you scheme against him? Can you? Princess Yongmu blinked. She did not expect scheming to help people. For example, if a man is lazy and doesn't work hard, I will send someone to gamble with him. With a little skill, he loses the bet and has no money to pay back. His house is mortgaged, and he still has to work for me. Otherwise, I will chop off his hands and his head. He is afraid, so he works hard. I will save up the money he earns. When he is truly diligent one day, I will tell him everything and give him the money. Li Yi's reaction was very fast. Don't you want to steal his wife? Li Tan's previous circle was probably problematic. He was young, but his thoughts were not small. Some people don't care about their life partner. They only care about themselves. Li Yi patted Li Tan's head. You are still young, and your personality has changed too much. You need to re-establish your values, learn more skills, and contribute to the Tang dynasty in the future. Chapter 1300. Don't always touch your face. Your face is healed now. Put away your little mirror. Mirrors are used to fix clothes, not to look at your face. Li Yi put down his hand and made a request to Li Tan. Li Tan used to like to look at his scars in the mirror. He became addicted to it and cared too much about his own face. Looks are natural, clothes are etiquette. Those who judge others by their looks will love them when their looks fade. Judge others by their words. Li Yi taught and paused. Li Tan chimed in. If you lose, you will be rewarded. If you judge a book by its cover, you will lose your son. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed to Li Yi. He took out his small mirror, raised his arm, and thought for a moment before putting it down. Since you've already let it go, why throw it? It can be exchanged for money. Li Yi was pleased. Yes, not throwing the mirror was truly letting go. There was nothing wrong with the mirror. Why should he use it to show his sincerity? But he said, don't throw it. I thought you had 500 executioners in ambush. Throwing the mirror on the carpet and making a sound is scary. The people around laughed. Throwing a mirror on the carpet was an order. How would the people outside hear it? The unique atmosphere disappeared. Li Tan was no longer the main character. He felt less pressure. Keep it. The cost of the mirror is not high. What's really valuable is the skill. Unfortunately, no one thinks my skill is valuable, including His Majesty. Am I right, third brother? Li Yi changed the topic. In order to take care of the child's emotions, he made fun of Li Longji. I think that His Majesty values your person, not your skill. Li Longji was a wily old fox. He solved the problem with one sentence. What skill? You're a good person. Li Yi blinked. You can say that. Ha ha ha, the others laughed again. Princess Yongmu, quietly held Li Yi's hand. She liked the atmosphere now. It felt like they were a family. She had never felt like an ordinary person before. Only Li Lang could do it, and so naturally. Princess Yongmu realized that staying by Li Yi's side made her happy every day. Sometimes when she had a dream, she would wake up in fright when she realized that everything was fake. Xiaolan, who was sleeping next to him, also woke up. The two of them talked and confirmed that it was not a dream. Li Yi also shook Princess Yongmu's hand in response. When it came to relationships, Li Yi did not care about himself at all. He knew that, as someone who sold high-end medical equipment, he knew where his customers were the best. The older the customer, the more they needed to be maintained. New customers were more important. Only the old customers could last. Love and marriage were the same. In his time, many men and women treated marriage as the last thing they cared about. For a person to compromise with outsiders and throw a tantrum at his family, it meant that this person had suffered too little. Some people had a vague idea of what it meant to have a family, including having children. Seeing that the other party was good and interesting, they got married. Then they naturally gave birth to children. After having children, they suddenly realized that real life was different from what they had imagined. Getting married and having children with a game mentality was also a game. Li Yi could feel that Princess Yongmu was not like that. She was looking for someone to rely on and then dreamed of many things. It was not that she was immature, but she had always been afraid and uneasy. Keep the temperature at about 18 degrees Celsius. Don't wear too much, but the humidity in the cave is relatively high. Wear leather boots. Those who are old or whose knees are uncomfortable, wrap cashmere covers around the knees. Then, when there are rubber trees in the future, I will think of a way to make an airtight film and use it as a cloth for the shed. Li Yi was very dedicated. Whether 18 degrees Celsius was high or low depended on the outdoor temperature and humidity. The outdoor temperature was 30 degrees Celsius and the indoor temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. It was more comfortable. The outdoor temperature was minus 30 degrees Celsius and the indoor temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. It was a little cold. At first glance, that was not right. Wasn't the difference in temperature too strong? Many people thought that it should be minus 30 degrees Celsius outside and 18 degrees Celsius inside. In reality, that was not the case. If it was cold outside, it would be cold inside. If it was hot outside, it would be comfortable inside. 18 degrees Celsius was actually quite disgusting. People in the Northeast felt that it was not enough. It should be above 20 degrees. There was no heating in the South, so why did they think that we did not have it? Xiao Yi, my knees are not uncomfortable now. The plaster you put on them in the summer is good. Li Dan was much younger than when he first met Li Yi. He had a good mentality, exercise, and nutrition. He should have been dead, but now he was living a good life. At that time, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He could not see any hope. He had experienced too much in his life and might as well die. People always thought that they were going to die every day and their health would be poor. If they thought that they were 18 years old every day, they would feel too shameless. Li Dan did not think that he was 18. He did not know how old he should be, but he was very active. A simple example was the river in the Northeast, where Li Yi lived. It was a natural skating rink, but it needed to be poured with ice. What kind of people were skating? Retired old men and women bought their own ice skates and skated every day. Young people with high incomes bought their own ice skates and skated at least twice every 3 days. Children on vacation came over to play. There were people from the South who did business in the Northeast. They brought their children to the skating rink and rented or bought shoes. High school, technical secondary school, junior college, undergraduate, and graduate students bought their own ice skates and rented them. Men and women who came to the Northeast for the first time could skate if they wanted to. There were very few people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. They probably did not have time. At most, they would come over to accompany their children when they wanted to play. Li knew that economic development was linked to social welfare. The social security at his time was not comprehensive, not balanced, and had loopholes. When the country counted the number of unemployed people, it was actually the employed people who were unemployed, not the non-employed. The so-called employed people referred to the employment contract and insurance. If they had this and suddenly lost their job, they would be considered unemployed. If they could not find such a company or enterprise, they would not be able to survive and could not sign an employment contract. Once their employment relationship was terminated, they would not be considered unemployed. It meant that after you graduated from university and could not find a good job, you would return to your hometown and work in a private enterprise. The basic monthly salary was 2,500 yuan, plus 100 yuan for full attendance and 100 yuan for excellent assessment. So the salary was 2,700 yuan. If you could not sign the contract, the company would not sign it with you. When you encountered a situation where you lost your job, you would not be considered as an employee because you were not employed. Many people were like this. There was no greater sorrow than despair. Whether it was the retired emperor or ordinary people, it was always difficult to escape. Li Dan used to be like this, but now it had changed. Li Yi heard that Li Dan said that she was well. He was gratified, but he frowned. He envied the fool. The fool would be happy as long as he was satisfied with something. He knew that there were many people in the Tang dynasty who did not have enough to eat. He had worked very hard. It had only been a few years, but he had increased the income of nearly 10 million people. But he knew that it was not enough. He must continue to expand quickly. Li put his hand on Li Dan's knee and muttered, 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. Chapter 1301. Shao Yi, you must let me live for a few more years. Li Dan, who was not afraid of death or wanted to die quickly, begged Li Yi again. When Li Yi placed his hand on his knee, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. Therefore, sometimes a small help can make the people explode with infinite power. Li Yi gently massaged with his palm. His palm did not leave Li Dan's knee. Some girls, young women, and so on would sometimes have waist pain. Men were the same. Many men always felt sore on the left side of their waist. Some are caused by muscle fatigue. For example, there were always needles in the buttocks, left and right sides, and muscle injections. It felt like waist pain, but in fact it was the buttocks that hurt. After massaging the place where the needles were inserted, one would feel comfortable. Sometimes it was the lower abdomen. Sometimes it was the uterus for women. And sometimes it was the vagina for men. The vagina of a baby boy was not the bottom, but at the top. It was usually the left side, the groin. Then the vagina slid down, so many men felt pain on the left side of their waist. For this confirmed symptom, men put their hands in front of them to heat it up. A woman's uterus was placed at the back and covered with their hands. For those who cheated, they would get a tin foil like the cigarette paper in a cigarette box, spit, stick it on their body, and ask, "Is it hot?" The cheated person would feel hot. Yes, hot. Hot was right because that place was not ventilated and the other skin was dissipating heat. The place with the tin foil could not dissipate the heat. But the cheater said that he was exerting his power. He was very good at exerting his power from far away to make you feel hot. In fact, it was the same to change it to plastic wrap. Why not use quicklime with iron oxide in it? The principle of the heat paste was very simple. Activated carbon, iron oxide, and quicklime. Quicklime would heat up when it met water and then become mature lime. It obtained little hydrogen and oxygen in the air. So activated carbon, salt, and iron oxide powder were added as catalysts. The same principle applied to the heat paste. The more developed the sweat glands on the feet were, the hotter the insole would be in a short period of time, and sweat would enter it directly. Many people complained that the socks turned black after wearing the insole. It was normal because there was iron oxide and activated carbon inside, and they were all black. The problem was the outer packaging. The outer packaging material was not good enough, so it leaked out. For things of poor quality, the material itself was fine, but the problem lay in the leakage of the packaging material. Li Yi understood this very well. He massaged Li Dan and said to himself, "What can I use to make it?" The key was the glue. Under the condition that the strength requirement was not high, gutta gum could be used as a substitute, or even fish gum, tree gum, and ting gum. If our own people don't need it, export costs, profits, publicity, local agencies. Li Yi's mind wandered as he mumbled. At the same time, his hands didn't stop massaging Li Dan. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were writing. Now, even if Li Yi farted, they had to record it. Then a special team would study why Li Yi was farting. Was he deliberately farting, or could he not hold it in? What was the central idea behind his fart? What was the gist of the paragraph? As Li Yi thought about it, his mind wandered again. He thought of some of the anti-eight-legged essay articles. Those articles said, first, the form of this eight-legged essay. Second, the structure of this eight-legged essay. Third, the pretentiousness of this eight-legged essay. Finally, the dross of this eight-legged essay. In addition, because of that, but the eight-legged essay was criticized to be worthless. Then, criticizing the writing format of the eight-legged essay, was it not another form of eight-legged essay? After Li Yi finished speaking, his mind wandered. The palace maids and eunuchs were overjoyed. Just now, Li Yi spoke quickly, so they were afraid that they couldn't remember it. Li Yi was stunned and quickly wrote, just like when Li Yi was copying the content of the teacher's words. The difference was that Li Yi was a child who quickly recorded what the teacher said and didn't look at it again. Now, after the palace maids and eunuchs recorded it, there was a special department to study it. Dragon slayers will eventually become evil dragons, because they didn't remember the original intention. Humans, the most terrible thing is to be lost. For example, if they thought that this was the Kaiyuan era, they really thought that the common people's lives were good. When the price of grain in the capital government decreased, when did it mean that it was a prosperous era? Since it was the Kaiyuan era, why were they so afraid of the drought in Guangzhou and the locusts in Shandong 2 years ago? Li Yi was doing logistics for the Tang dynasty and always kept the development of the Tang dynasty on the right path. He was driving the Tang dynasty's race car. There were no curves and no drifting. He was always taking shortcuts on the line. On the highway, all moving units must go in an arc. Li Yi was driving the Tang dynasty on the tangent line. The line between 2 points was the shortest. This was an axiom. Li Yi took this to the extreme. He took out a series of technology and mineral distribution maps, just like a space jump. People marked 2 points on the paper and then wanted to find the closest distance. Li Yi just marked the 2 points, then folded the paper and put it on the paper. The locusts in Shandong naturally referred to the locust plague to the east of Taihang Mountains. Li Longji didn't have any feelings about this before. Now that he thought about it, if Brother Yi didn't suppress the locusts at that time, the consequences, Li Longji recalled that his relationship with Brother Yi was not the same as it was now. Brother Yi, let's look back at the past. What do you want? Li Longji suddenly became emotional. He felt that Li Yi paid too much and got too little. What about you? Li Yi didn't answer Li Longji but turned to Princess Yongmu. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you. Thank you, Father, for letting me meet you. Princess Yongmu blushed from her face to her neck. Li Yi, was that what I asked? Why did you? Oh my God. Me too. When I first met you, I missed you day and night. I thought a lot. When I thought about it, I didn't dare to think about it. When I looked back, it was like a dream. But when I looked back, my heart was still the same. Li Yi spoke from the bottom of his heart. He knew how to cherish. He didn't have a princess in his heart. The imperial power was a joke. He protected the imperial power because it was the fastest way to help the people. What prime minister? What emperor? It all depended on his mood. Only Princess Yongmu couldn't be considered from the perspective of benefits. Some people married a princess to raise their status. Li Yi knew that he married a princess to make some people feel at ease. This was called a compromise between politics and benefits. But he actually liked Princess Yongmu. This was the most important thing. Some people liked a woman's appearance, some liked a woman's family background, and some liked a woman's gentleness. Li Yi felt that Princess Yongmu's happy smile when she ate the red braised pork was the most adorable. At the same time, Princess Yongmu worked hard to learn how to make her favorite red braised pork. "Brother Yi, when will we arrive?" Li Longji suddenly asked. "Thoid, brother, you can ask the winged knights about this in the future." Li Yi was unhappy. "So what if he's your father-in-law? I'm trying to improve my relationship with my wife. Do you believe that I will drug you?" "What? I can't ask you?" Li Longji shouted in dialect. "You're holding my daughter's hand. Can't I say something?" "Ask the winged knights." Princess Yongmu told Li Longji. "Yes, ask. Guizi, when will we arrive at the karst cave?" Li Longji stared at Li Yi. He felt that he had lost many things after more than 100 years. Chapter 1302. When it was close to noon the next day, the team finally arrived at the foot of Crouching Bull Mountain, which was still a distance away from Coxcomb Cave. Coxcomb Cave was in Crouching Bull Mountain. Crouching Bull Mountain contained many mountains. One of them was called Coxcomb Mountain, which was shaped like a rooster's crown. The distance from Coxcomb Mountain to Mount Laojun, which was named by Li Shimin, was less than 8 miles. Currently, there were no signs of human habitation. In Li Yi's time, this place was called Luanchuan County. As the name implied, there were rivers here. According to the information, there were 4 rivers, 3 mountains, 2 rivers, and 9 mountains, half water and half farmland. Half farmland, how could one live? The surrounding roads were difficult to walk on. There were mountains and rivers. From Coxcomb Mountain to Mount Laojun, it was definitely not as short as 8 miles. The road is not easy to walk on. Li Longji looked at the team's formation. The eunuchs, palace maids, and other support personnel walked out in a line. If it were not for the winged knight's protection, the whole team would be easily ambushed. This place is not suitable for farming, but there are many resources. There are silver and gold. We won't dig. Li Yi said first, do not dig whenever you see a mine. There were iron mines here, and more importantly, molybdenum. The information said that molybdenum reserves were the largest in Asia and 3rd in the world. It was useless to him. It was difficult to refine it. Since you won't dig, why mention it? Li Longji was tempted when he heard about gold and silver. When you need it in the future, tell others and ask others to dig. It can stimulate the local economy. For example, aristocratic families. Li Yi did not forget to find opportunities to cheat aristocratic families, no, to help them. Li Longji was satisfied. Yes, with you I don't have to worry. The temperature here is not low. Li Longji saw the snow and realized that his hands were warmer outside than in Chang'an. The entire Crouching Bull Mountain area has a few types of climate. The place we are at now is warmer. The thermometer shows that it is 0 degrees Celsius. Li Yi did not take his hands out. He was afraid of the cold. If someone fell sick and needed him for surgery, his hands would be frozen and affect their lives. He wore 2 layers of gloves. The outside was made of weasel skin, and the inside was made of sheep's fur. The 2 bracelets were connected by a string and hung around the neck. Li Longji glanced at Li Yi's big hand. Your hand is even more tender than many women's. It's not like a man's. I can feel it when I'm holding a scalpel. My hand is calloused. How can I be sensitive? I protect my patient's hands. This is called professionalism. Li Yi retorted. He was becoming more and more impudent. Dongzhu. Some people are being brought here. There are 6 households, all surnamed Feng. They said that they collect herbs and treat illnesses for a living. There are people from their families in the surrounding counties who are doctors. Guozi walked over and reported the situation. Yes, the most suitable agriculture for the development of the local area is the cultivation of medicinal herbs. There are many varieties of medicinal herbs, and because the soil contains a lot of molybdenum, it is suitable to become a medicinal herb base. When Li Yi heard this, he knew that the Feng family was from a larger family. They searched for medicinal herbs in the Crouching Bull Mountain. Their ancestors had lived and prospered until now. He was smart. At that time, Mount June Pharmaceuticals, whose main product was Chinese medicine, was here. It was Mount June of Mount Laojun. You also asked the aristocratic families to plant medicinal herbs? When Li Longji heard about medicinal herbs, he was happy. The common people lacked medicinal herbs. No, I'll be in charge. Send a few farmers here to organize the manpower. I don't trust others. Li Yi refused. How could the medicinal herbs be in the hands of others? 6 households came. In total, there were 41 people, old, middle-aged, and young. Crouching Bull Feng, family greets, Li Dongzhu. An old man with a head full of white hair led the others to bow to Li Yi. Li Yi followed and bowed. Li Yi greets, old man. An 8 or 9-year-old girl with a red face saw Princess Yongmu. She moved closer and raised her head. Big sister, you are so beautiful. You are beautiful too. Princess Yongmu squatted down and touched the little girl's face. The little girl sniffed and moved closer to Princess Yongmu's gloves. She sniffed again and said, honeysuckle, tangerine peel, basil, angelica dehurica, licorice, patchouli, skullcap, poria, atractylode, zeucomia, and I know, there is also chuanqiang. The little girl listed a series of medicinal herbs. Then she frowned as if she couldn't understand. She muttered, why is it so messy? What diseases are they treating? The eyes of the imperial physicians and nurses who came from the imperial medical department lit up. When they looked at the little girl, they wished they could see the little girl in their eyes. How much effort did you put in? At such a young age, you can know what medicinal herbs are in the sachet just by asking. Snake and insect repellent. Li was happy. This meant that the Crouching Bull Feng family did have a foundation. Since it's snake and insect repellent, why don't you add realgar, pistol, bongi, and lamhorn beans? The little girl didn't even think and directly asked, yes, why? What kind of person can't use this kind of medicine, including borneal and musk? Li Yi asked. The little girl looked at Princess Yongmu's stomach. Her small hand naturally rested on Princess Yongmu's pulse. She frowned and shook her head. No, Dongzhu, I want this child. One of the imperial physicians couldn't help but step forward and reach out to hold the child. The winged knights next to him blocked him and glared at him. The old man on the other side also glared at the imperial physician. There was a look of dissatisfaction on his face. The other imperial physicians and nurses were also tempted and wanted to move forward. Stop right there, Li Longji said unhappily. Have you ever nurtured a disciple like that? If not, why do you want to take someone else's? Li Yi bowed to the old man again. Thank you for cultivating such an outstanding pillar of the hospital. I have another kind of medical skill that can complement our traditional Chinese medical skills. For example, removing blockages with golden needles, cutting the abdomen to remove abscesses, removing pus from sores, reconnecting severed limbs, extracting blood from the cavity, and so on. Li Yi also liked the little girl. She was so young. How did she learn? Apart from being taught by someone, the rest was talent. If she gave up, it would be a huge loss to the medical field of the Tang dynasty. If she trained well, a generation of miracle doctors would appear. Moreover, the Tang dynasty lacked female doctors the most. The little girl had reached such a level at her current age. She was unbelievable. The old man looked at Li Yi and suddenly trembled, especially the beard. He shouted to the little girl, Qingdai, cut out to master. The little girl looked at the old man and nodded. Got it, grandfather. She turned her head and knelt down in front of Li Yi. Feng Qingdai kowtows to master. Bang, bang, bang. She kowtowed 3 times. Li Yi hurried over and picked her up. He took out his hand and wiped the little girl's forehead. Good name. It can cure both internal and external diseases. It can remove all snakes and insects. The green hills are like black clouds. As Li Yi spoke, he shook his wrist, and a medicine box with a cartoon pattern instantly appeared in his hand. There was a small medicine box in the backpack. It was a gift from the master to his disciple. He helped the little girl carry it. It weighed 2 kilograms and was made of special materials. It was the first time Li Yi performed a magic trick in public. Everyone was stunned. The people of the Feng family simply knelt down. The little girl grabbed the straps in front of her with both hands and smiled. She didn't even see how the thing appeared. This master was so amazing. The other imperial physicians and nurses looked at each other and felt much better. Li Dongzhu took the child, and they had nothing to say. Chapter 1303. Do you have enough books? Li Yi was waiting for Madame Feng's people to wake up. He was going to give the books to them and make them his disciple as compensation. Li Dongzhu, you have released 152 medical books. We are short of 39 books. The rest of the books have been bought by the Feng family's people in Chang. And the old man did not stand on ceremony. The reason why he wanted his granddaughter to be Li Yi's disciple was because of Li Yi's medical books. He did not believe that Li Yi could defeat the king of hell. He did not believe that as long as he was alive and reached Li family Zhuangzi, he would not die. He believed in the medical books. He bought them, learned them, and then gave them to the patients. He found that there were no problems with the medical books. Take out 172 medical books and give them to me. Li Yi added 20 more books. He had finished copying and printing them. He did not have a lot of books to give away. In the future, when the villagers come over, Madame Feng will be in charge. Li Yi instructed again. Since he had made Madame Feng's child his disciple, he had to take her away. He had to let them meet each other. When they come into contact with each other in the future, they needed people to take care of the medicinal herbs. The palace maids and eunuchs ran around, carrying books and new clothes for the 41 people. They wrapped the clothes from the inside to the outside. Everyone can go to Chang at any time. I will take Qing Dai and Li family Zhuangzi with me. If you miss your family, you can ask the winged knights to send you back within a day. There will be many children playing there. I will teach them other things. I will guide them based on their interests. I will not let Qing Dai suffer. Li Yi promised Madame Feng's people that the children would live in the school. Other people would need a few days to take this route, but the winged knights would only need a day to reach the school. Master, can my parents come with us? The little girl looked up and asked Li Yi. Yes, you can. When you reach Zhuangzi, I will supervise your studies and give you a separate courtyard. Li Yi agreed. Li Yi did not mind increasing the number of people in Zhuangzi. As long as his disciple was happy, everything was not a problem. For example, some countries' youth training teams selected their children to be soccer players. Once they discovered that the child was a good seedling, they would even settle the child's family's housing and job. Not only did they not have to spend any money to train their children, they even paid them. It was much better than the national football selection back then. Back then, he had to have children and wealthy families to get into the team. Otherwise, how could there be a population of more than 1 billion people who had no problems with other sports but were bad at football? He was currently selecting medical talents himself. The little girl was 8 years and 4 months old. She could smell the small sachet worn by Princess Yongmu and tell him what medicinal herbs were inside. With just a slight hint, he took her pulse and found that she wasn't pregnant. 8 years old. In the absence of a pulse pillow, it was classified as a suspended pulse. He could tell whether it was a ball bearing by placing his little finger on it. Didn't you see that the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department wanted to snatch her away? Master, tonight when your feet are hot, I'll give you a massage. I know how to do it. The little girl earnestly said to Li Yi. In one sentence, he could see her family upbringing. Medical families had good family upbringing, especially Chinese medicine. To learn medicine, one had to learn etiquette first. To treat illnesses, one had to first treat one's heart. Virtue came before skill, and the rules were strict. It's good that you have such a heart. I value your virtue and skill more. Li Yi pulled the little girl to his side. Whether one respected their master or not was not a matter of words. If one could educate their medical ethics and medical skills, well, it would be a success. It was impossible for a person with good medical ethics not to respect their master. The little girl was not afraid of strangers at all. Standing beside Li Yi, she smiled brightly. Prepare to eat. What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Li Yi asked his disciple. This was his first official disciple. The other nurses were part of the teaching. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, was part of the teaching. The difference between the two was just one word, and the difference was huge. Han, you had not been born yet, so there was no such thing as a teacher. A teacher was like a father, teaching and dispelling doubts. This Tao was the Tao of man following the earth following the heaven following the Tao, and the Tao following the nature. And this teaching did not only refer to academics, it included many other things. Imparting knowledge was not only imparting knowledge, but also the influence of the Li family's farmstead. They were even more powerful than Li Yi's doctorate instructors. When doctoral instructors taught doctoral students, in many cases, they took the initiative to exploit them. At first, it was not so. Even many foreign doctorate instructors were not like that. They cared more about academics. Only some instructors in Li Yi's country took away the economic and scientific achievements of doctoral students for the sake of economic benefits. Some even needed to be willing to find female doctoral students. This way, there would be benefits in that aspect. Otherwise, they would not let you graduate. Only those who fought with their lives on the line would appear on all sides of the internet. To put it bluntly, the academic community in Li Yi's country was in a foul situation as a whole. You can't say this when you're promoting. When you find one, you say it's different. Ha! Everyone at his time understood that once they were promoted, they would say it's different. How many people were not caught? They all understood. Ha ha! The medical field was even more disgusting. Li Yi was a student and taught people. Later, he used money and other means to obtain a lot of benefits for himself. He did not think he was a good person in the past, but he was willing to be a good person in this Tang dynasty era. Master, are you going to teach me some powerful medical skills? The little girl was led into the car by Princess Yongmu to change into a new set of clothes. It was made of eiderdown. It was light, warm, and beautiful. There was a blood-red word on the left chest. This was what Li Yi wanted to promote. When he was young, he gave this set of clothes to every medical staff in the hospital. Later, when he matured, he did not think about it. If you give this set of clothes to a doctor, you are scolding them. If they want to make money, they must always be in the position of a high-income group. Don't look at an official who talked about anti-corruption in a meeting. If you go and say that corruption is wrong, then your career will be ruined. If you see a secretary talking about anti-corruption in a meeting, you will think that he is not corrupt. One day he was talking about this, and the next day he was taken away by others to explain the problem at a fixed time and place. Internally, this was called 2 rules. Outsiders called it 2 rules. Li Yi could not do it before. He could not fight against the whole system. Now he could. He was the rule. He had copied so many books. As long as his heart was not messed up, all the problems were not problems. Learning medical skills is easy for you. You are too smart. Here, I will make a medicinal herb plantation for you alone. All the income will belong to you. The place is very big. You can make a lot of money a year. The peak of a person's life is never about how much money he has. We belong to the technical category. Our peak is the recognition of the patience. When you chase for money and are not satisfied, you will lose your soul and faith. Li Yi began to teach from this moment. He wanted to cultivate a disciple who was rich and skilled. Master, I know. I will work hard. Master said that the braised pork in the south of Tang and is delicious. I haven't eaten it yet. Can you take me to eat it? The little girl was still a little girl. She was also greedy. I will make it for you now. After lunch, let's eat braised pork in the evening. The reason why the braised pork is not fishy is not because of the amount of spices used. It is because of the application of water. The best is like water. Water is good for all things and does not compete. If a man does not compete, no one in the world can compete with him. Li Yi was very patient. He taught bit by bit. She had kowtowed, and you admitted it yourself. Otherwise, why didn't you stop it? This was a teacher. A teacher is like a father. Anyone who asks for something in the name of a teacher is fake. Will a father harm his own child? Some teachers will use this name. Chapter 1304. Master, I know where we are going. There are things in my family. Sometimes when we go up the mountain to pick herbs, we will live in the cave. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, walked beside Li Yi and talked about the situation in the cave. The Feng family opened a clinic nearby. The people who lived here would take turns to pick herbs. How could they not see Coxcomb Cave when they went up the mountain to pick herbs? It was cool in the cave in summer and warm in the cave in winter. However, it was humid inside. Their bodies could not stand it for a long time, so they did not live there. Li Yi listened with a smile. From time to time, he would exclaim and cooperate with his disciple. Although the girl was young, she was his first disciple. In fact, the little girl felt like she was in a dream. She met an immortal master who could make things appear out of thin air. There were so many powerful winged knights. She could eat the legendary braised pork at night. The little girl could only walk around the house. Her family did not allow her to pick herbs alone, even if she was very skilled in catching snakes and repelling insects. There were not only snakes and insects in the mountain, but also wolves, leopards, tigers, black bears, and other animals that ate people. Now, the little girl was talking happily and turning her head back and forth. Master, my father, fourth uncle, and I came up last month and saw several wolves. We were very scared. The little girl was looking for wolves. Last time she was scared. This time got it. Li Yi replied with 3 words. The winged knights experts in tracking immediately set out to find the wolves and kill them. The wild wolves in the Tang dynasty were not protected animals. In the future, a large number of herbs would be planted here and mushrooms would be planted in the cave. The workers had to be in a safe environment. Any animals that could harm people would be cleaned up. During the cleaning process, the animals would leave and live elsewhere. Then the herbivores would have no natural enemies, and their numbers would. Try to tell the workers not to catch too many. Master, I raised a big dog last year. It was very obedient. It ran out and was bitten to death by a snake. My family tried everything, but still couldn't save it. The little girl mentioned sad things again. She was very sad. I will find you a mountain guard dog later. Li Yi thought of Hu Feng. Hu Feng had 3 mountain guard dogs at home. The big dog could not be given to others. Let the mountain guard dog breed with a good dog to see if a new mountain guard dog could be created. Mountain guard dogs are 1 in a million, and they need to be discovered. A fine steed is common, but a bolu is rare. Some dogs had the genes of mountain guard dogs, but no one discovered it. In the end, they were also raised as slightly more powerful native dogs. He would raise them, and when he needed to eat meat, he would kill them for meat. Generally, the owners of the dogs guarding the house would not eat them, unless they had a lot of dogs, leaving the good ones to guard the house and eating the rest. Looks like I'll have to trouble Master, Hu Feng. Li Yi thought as he looked at his first disciple, wondering what else she needed. Qingdai, do you like to study medicine? Li Yi suddenly asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. He had taken him in as a disciple, But if he didn't like to learn, what was the point of taking him in? Yes, when I look at herbs, I can remember them after looking at them a few times. When others are sick and in pain, I'm most willing to see grandfather, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters heal them. When the little girl talked about treating patients, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Then she lowered her head and said, "But there are some illnesses that can't be cured. Whenever the adults tell them to prepare for their deaths, they will cry." The little girl's eyes turned red. Obviously, she still wasn't used to the death of others. Li patted the little girl's head and said, "We have to improve our medical skills and try to treat more patients. We also have to cultivate more medical talents." "But, Master, there are too many people who study medicine. If there aren't that many people who get sick, how are the people who study medicine going to survive?" The little girl raised her head and asked a question about the relationship between supply and demand. "We'll talk about it when that day comes." Li didn't answer directly. Even if he said it, the little girl wouldn't understand. Li Longji followed beside them all the time. From time to time, he would look at Princess Yongmu and Li Yi's hands that were holding each other's hands. He asked, "Will that day come?" "Yes," Li Yi said. "One is income, one is equipment, one is expenses, and one is welfare. One is virtue, one is system, one is status, and the other is support." "Tell me the details." Li Longji heard one after another, but he didn't understand the other. "The income of people who study medicine is equal to and higher than the middle class. That is, people who have their own houses and jobs in Chang and city earn at least 60 yuan a day." He talked about the details. Successful doctors had to have a stable income. At the same time, they had to have corresponding things. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. In his time, some doctors graduated from medical schools, then went to the hospital for internships and worked in a hospital. Big hospitals were also competitive, and they couldn't compete with others. Community hospitals had less competition, but their income was low. At the same time, their equipment was not good. The overall medical expenses of the people increased, and the welfare of the imperial court had to keep up. Medical treatment was free. Relatively higher income required doctors to have good medical ethics, and the system was used to restrict doctors. The social status of doctors was raised, and they were given more support in other aspects of welfare. This was a part of the social system, but it had to be defined early. They couldn't think of ways to adjust after something happened. The detours that had been taken could not be repeated. They believed that everything would be fine. Li Longji listened and nodded from time to time. The palace maids and eunuchs each had a book and were there to take notes. The group of people from the Feng family were confused. They could understand every word. "What were you talking about when you put them together? Easy to maintain?" Li Longji thought that it would cost a lot of money. "The system is important. We have to reduce the number of people in the management class, and at the same time increase the restrictions on doctors and patients, so as not to waste resources." Li Yi compared to the Rising Sun City in the past. The medical benefits were good, but the financial pressure was greater. The public servants were like eating from a big pot. Will the imperial court support the future taxes? Li Longji also wanted the people of the Tang dynasty to see doctors for free and then collect taxes. The wool came from the sheep's back. He was worried that the taxes would not be enough. What if people frequently went to see doctors, massages, and so on? Li nodded. The taxes themselves are enough, but the future development of the Tang dynasty will not rely on taxes. We will get resources from others through technology. A world map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Good resources were now placed there. When transportation was convenient, they could colonize, but they would not give better weapons to the colonized areas. He was afraid that some of them would be too active and develop on their own, thinking about how to become independent. The leaders sent could be rotated, but how could the people in the middle be changed? After a long time, they would get rid of the leaders and turn around to say that they had established a country. If the weapons were good, it would be difficult to fight. Wouldn't the Rising Sun Cities colony in North America be independent? Moreover, after 2 world wars, the Rising Sun City actually became the other party's little brother. Of course, the most important point was that the Rising Sun City had a small population. They could not organize too many people to fight. Their own resources were also small, so they could only mobilize from other colonies. Chapter 1305. Master, what are you talking about? The little girl said the word master very skillfully, as if she had been saying it for many years. She had probably said it countless times in her heart that this immortal was her master. I'm talking about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. By then, no one will die of hunger, and no one will die of lack of money to see a doctor. Li Yi set a goal that he didn't think was great. At least in his country, people starving to death because they didn't have money to eat basically didn't exist. If they really didn't have money, they could eat and dash. Then the other party would call the police and arrest them. If it was spread on the internet, the local government would have to find a way to arrange a job for them. Unless they didn't find a way, they would be able to eat anywhere. The little girl frowned and thought hard. After a while, she said, Master, I know. The people in the disaster area will eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. The people around laughed. The Li family Zhuangzi seemed to be more reliable than the imperial court in the hearts of the people. Li nodded. Yes, I still have money to help the people in the disaster area, but it's best if the imperial court pays for it. After the flood, when the flood is over, we can go back. The imperial court will pay for the construction of houses. During the drought, the imperial court will dig wells, open warehouses, and directly send food to the people. At the most critical moment, we doctors should go and stabilize the people. Where there are patients, we should be there. The little girl clenched her small fists. She liked to see others live a good life. Master, if the people in a place get typhoid, miasma, corpse transmission, cold and sores, and everyone runs away, what should we do? The little girl named 5 infectious diseases: infectious cold, malaria, tuberculosis, leprosy, and smallpox. We'll think of a way to isolate them, and then we'll organize a large group of doctors to go there, Li said very calmly. Ah, then will we get those diseases? The little girl was nervous. She was worried that she might die. Maybe, but even if we do, we have to go. At that time, we'll be the last line of defense of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers at the border are fighting with their lives. The battlefield of doctors is here. When soldiers fight, those who don't obey orders and retreat when facing the enemy should be beheaded. If it were us doctors, what would we do if we ran away when we encountered an illness? Li Yi patiently guided his eldest disciple. The little girl clenched her small fist again. That's why we have to research new techniques to prevent ourselves from contracting those diseases. This will be part of what I will teach you in the future. Li Yi encouraged the little girl to study hard. Once she learned, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. Master, what is the recipe for the malaria severance pill that you made? The little girl nodded and asked the most important question in the medical field. Qing Dai. A few people from the Feng family called out together. Will you tell others about your family's secret prescriptions? Li asked. The little girl shook her head. No, I know, but I won't say it. Oh, Master won't say it either, right? Li Yi squatted down, pulled the little girl over, and whispered a few words into her ear. Ah, it's that simple? The little girl's eyes widened. Remember not to say it, just like how you keep your secret prescriptions a secret. Li Yi didn't hide anything. Since his disciple asked, he had to teach her. He asked the little girl about her family's secret prescriptions. The little girl said that she could keep it a secret, so he was relieved. The people from the Feng family were also relieved. The little girl's master could teach her directly. She didn't need to do a lot of work first, and then slowly reveal the secret. I know. Master, don't worry. I won't tell my parents. I have apprentices in my family, so I won't tell them directly. I need to see their quality. Aya. The little girl suddenly thought of something. Master, Your medical book made many apprentices in my family run away. You wrote down the secret prescriptions in my family in your medical book. Don't be afraid. We can improve in other aspects, such as pulse reading and acupuncture. In the future, I will teach you how to perform surgery. Li Yi certainly knew that he had cheated many medical families who had secret prescriptions. They relied on secret prescriptions to survive. In the end, he wrote a lot of secret prescriptions in his medical book. Some of them were even better than the secret prescriptions of the medical families. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a disciple to get a prescription. They only passed it on to their sons and not to their daughters. When the medical book came out and his disciple saw it, she said, "Oh, I see. Farewell to you forever. I was your disciple for 15 years, but you didn't teach me. Now I don't need you to teach me. Master, my fifth uncle scolded you. He said that you ruined my family's business. But he also said that the medical books you wrote were really good and that your morals and skills were unparalleled." The little girl sold out one of her uncles. What she said was the truth. Many medical families had scolded Li Yi and then worked hard to learn. They scolded and praised him at the same time. "Have you scolded him?" Li Yi asked with a smile. The little girl shook her head vigorously. "I don't dare. I'm afraid that I will be punished by the heavens if I scold someone who can write so many good medical books. When we reach the cave, I will reward you with red braised pork." Li Yi held his eldest disciple's little hand and continued to walk up. Fortunately, it was winter and there weren't many plants. The path was relatively easy to walk on. There were 100 winged knights in the team. They were responsible for taking care of a big black pot and stove, which weighed more than 300 kilograms, including the red braised pork inside. They took turns to carry it, 2 people at the front and 2 at the back like lifting poles. A pot of meat was given to Madame Feng, including Princess Yongmu and other members of the royal family. When the sky was slightly dark, the team finally arrived at Coxcomb Cave. The winged knights began to set up the tent. It was a canvas military tent used by Li Yi. It was easier to set up than the military tents of the Tang dynasty, and the layout was more reasonable. Diesel lamps were lit, and the chefs started to cook. The little girl who fell asleep on the way woke up and insisted on playing with her new sister, Feng Qingdai. "Li Dongzhu, your third brother's child is well taken care of. His body is strong. And that Bao whose family is he?" Old man Feng had seen the 2 children and found that they were good. Until now, he still didn't know Bao identity. Bao is Wu Jiu's child. The one next to Wu Jiu is Lu Jiu. My third brother is known to outsiders as County Magistrate Feng Chu, and eldest brother is County Magistrate Huan. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and said the identities of these people. "So, Bao is more precious than Bao." Old man Feng came to a conclusion. Li Yi was depressed again and shook his head slightly. "No, among the children, no one can surpass Bao's status." "How is that possible? Unless he is Ah?" Old man Feng compared the status of Wu Jiu's son and didn't dare to say anything. Li Yi smiled and nodded. It was convenient to talk to smart people. Then, ouch, I have a headache. I have this disease since I was young. When I have a headache, I forget some things. What did you say just now? Old man Feng patted his head with his hand and looked very upset. It was difficult for a doctor to cure himself. "You said that you shouldn't put fennel leaves and Dahurian angelica in the braised pork." "I didn't put them in the braised pork. You can just fry it with pepper and other ingredients. You don't need to add soy sauce, but you must add cooking wine." Li Yi looked as if they were just discussing the problem of food. Chapter 1306. Old man Feng felt that even if he died now, he could rest in peace. This granddaughter of his was going to marry into his family. It was impossible for her to get married. His father, who was still alive, had the same thought. He wanted his granddaughter to be the most outstanding. He did not expect to meet Li Dongzhu when he brought his granddaughter to the mountain to learn how to concoct medicinal herbs in winter. Then, she was chosen by Li Dongzhu and became his disciple. She became Li Dongzhu's disciple. Li Dongzhu had godlike means. He actually had the emperor, the empress, the retired emperor, and the first prince by his side. This girl's life was good. She was also very capable. At the crucial moment, she could distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs with just a sniff. Was it because the weather was cold and her nose was more sensitive? She was not so good when he taught her in the past. Old man, are there any traces of other wild beasts in the cave? Li Yi changed the topic. There was a tiger, a male. The other wild beasts did not dare to enter. The tiger was killed by my medicine. Old man Feng said lightly. He could not beat a tiger. He did not know how to trap a tiger either. He knew how to use medicine. It was too easy for a medical family to kill an animal. What medicine did you use? Li Yi wanted to see if there were any more bones and tiger penis. Croton and drunk heart flower. I used croton first, then drunk heart flower. The tiger was hungry and ate too much, so it became numb. The tiger skin was complete, the tiger penis was dried, and the tiger bones were also here. Li Dongzhu took them with him when he left. I have pickled the tiger meat for 2 years. 20% of the tiger bones were soaked in wine and sold. Old man Feng knew why Li asked. Everyone wanted good things. I don't want the tiger skin. If you don't want it, I can help you sell it at a high price. If you don't want the tiger meat, I will teach you how to make it delicious. I want the tiger penis. It is not very useful to soak it in wine for others. Give me half of the tiger bone. Actually, this bone itself is poisonous. It is mainly used to treat arthritis, especially rheumatism. Li Yi did not ask about the tiger's gallbladder. He guessed that it had already been sold. Generally, for diseases that required animal gallbladder, including bear gallbladder, the gallbladder of poultry could also be used to some extent. Things like chicken galls were not delicious. Usually it was fresh. There was a thin film on the outside of the chicken gall, along with the chicken fat. It was impossible to handle the chicken fat so cleanly. If you were not careful, you would break the gall. Ordinary people would not be able to drink without wine. The bitterness of Coptis chinensis was pure. Bitterness was bitterness. The bitterness of Kuting tea was a little fishy. The bitterness of the gallbladder combined with the bitterness of Coptis chinensis and Kutingka. Sometimes Chinese medicine is swallowed raw without baking powder. In Li's previous life, it was prepared with hard liquor overseas. Usually, the snake gallbladder was washed in the hard liquor first. Then he switched to strong liquor, broke the gallbladder, and picked out the gall skin. In this way, there were fewer people who ate snake gallbladders and more who ate tortoise gallbladders. They also used white wine and drank it in one gulp. Also, don't breathe through your nose when drinking the blood of a turtle. Hold your breath while drinking. Raise bees. Bee venom can also play a role in rheumatism. There are also leeches. Raising leeches requires killing parasites. I'll write it down later. The leeches in the river can't be used casually. It's fine to raise them alone. There are also toads that contain honey. It's a little cruel. Li Yi said that toads were usually caught when winter was approaching. Stuff a piece of honey into its mouth and sew its mouth shut with a thread. Bury it and hibernate. Then, when spring came, remove the thread and take out a piece of honey that was a lot smaller to treat asthma. There were toad crackers in asthma medicine and throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. The effect was very fast. Numbness. After swallowing a few pills, the mouth would feel numb for at least 6 hours. Toad crackers were that powerful. No lozenges could compare to throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. Lozenges were not medicine. The most effective things in lozenges were mint and borneol. Throat pain anti-inflammatory pills were toad crackers. There were drug addicts who couldn't buy drugs, so they raised toads and used their tongues to taste the sweetness. It was poisonous. If they were not careful, they might poison themselves to death. The two of them began to exchange folk remedies. It was mainly Li Yi who was talking and Old Man Feng who listened. Tao Hong and the others were in charge of recording. Everything Li Yi said had to be recorded down. It was like an emperor's daily life record. No, the emperor's daily life record was not as important as Li Yi's words. He was thinking about how to make the Tang dynasty better. If the prime minister said that this river should be managed, then the imperial court would allocate funds and the local people would deal with it. If it was Li Yi who said that this river should be managed, then the local people would not need the imperial court to allocate funds. They should quickly get it done and wait to get rich. Li Dongzhu made a move. If the prime minister said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County did not care. You are the prime minister, so we have nothing to say. If Li Yi said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County immediately prepared a ceremony to welcome Li Dongzhu's good official. Unfortunately, countless officials wanted to hear a word of praise from Li Yi, but they could not get it. Master, I want to eat sugar-coated haws. After the little girl Qing Dai coaxed her little brother to sleep again, she ran over to ask for sugar-coated haws. Old Man Feng sighed. He realized that he did not take good care of his granddaughter in some matters. He had been teaching medicine since she was young. His granddaughter was also sensible. She never cried or made any requests. After meeting Li Yi, his granddaughter suddenly became lively and took the initiative to ask for things. After dinner, if you are not sleepy, let's eat sugar-coated haws, okay? It's made of rock sugar, so it won't be burnt at all. Li Yi agreed. His eldest disciple was more than 8 years old. If she wanted to eat some hawthorn and rock sugar, it was not a problem. Let's put it this way. The imperial physicians and nurses who followed them were not old. Moreover, they were outstanding. Even with the same sachet, they were not as good as the little girl. They only needed to smell it, and they were not wrong at all. These imperial physicians could not do it. They needed to smell it for a while. After that, they still could not make a guarantee. Master, I don't want a big piece of sugar. It's not comfortable to rub the most. The little girl continued to make requests. Okay, I'll knock them all down for you. It's just a stick of sugar-coated haws with the seeds removed. Li Yi agreed. Not long after, the red braised pork was ready. The Feng family and the imperial family were all given a share. Princess Yongmu's face was full of happiness. She loved to eat the red braised pork made by Li Yi the most. This red braised pork was actually called Mao's red braised pork without soy sauce. It was said that Mao did not like to eat soy sauce, so someone used the method of stir-frying sugar to make it. The fatty meat was mainly stewed for a long time. As long as it was stewed for a long time, it would be delicious. This situation began to be widely known in the Song dynasty. Many people said that it was Su-Shi, but in fact it was not. The standard of living in the Song dynasty had improved, and everyone was thinking about how to cook delicious food. At night, the little girl finally ate the red braised pork. Brother Yi, are we going to the cave tonight? Li Longji found Li Yi again. He wanted to go in and take a look. After dinner, let's go. But we can't leave any calligraphy behind. Li Yi still needed to plant medicinal herbs here. If His Majesty said something, then someone would propose to supervise. Chapter 1307. After the meal, Li Yi made candied haws for the first disciple. The little guy also had one, but Bauer did not. He went to sleep. Li Yi brought some people into the cave and lit the lantern. There were no colored lights in Coxcomb Cave, but it was colorful. Li Yi had been here before, and he acted as a guide. The scenery in the cave was not interesting to Li Yi. If he looked at it too much, Coxcomb Cave would not be spectacular enough. What he valued was the temperature in the cave and the mushrooms. While they were playing, a group of people were gathering at Lu Huaishan's house in Chang'an City. Heavenly Earth sent food. Now, not only Lu Huaishan, but also the qualified ministers had a cooperative relationship with heavenly earth. For the dinner, everyone only ate half full at noon and took a nap. Steamed meatballs, 9 turned intestines, dried tussa pupa, and other dishes were all served. This old man said that he would not stop when he went out. Sure enough, Yao Chong took a sip of wine and said to Li Yi, today's dinner was to criticize Li Yi. He went out to play and caused trouble for everyone. Song Jing said, to catch rabbits, we need to breed rabbits in large numbers. It is said that rabbits eat grass and give birth to a lot of rabbits. Turn the grass into meat. There are also a bunch of methods to breed rabbits. Let the court. He complained that he was a minister, but he was worried about rabbits. Rabbit meat could be eaten, but rabbit skin was more useful. It was just a small matter. Why? Write a letter to him. Li Yi, which department can't you mobilize? Wei Jigu helped Li Yi. Xiao Yi directly wrote to the assistant ministers and doctors. You should say that she skipped over you. He was most grateful to Li Yi. Lu Huaishan's problem was money, but he was life's problem. The key is that we thought there were a lot of rabbits. In the end, a letter came saying that people help cows and horses to conceive cubs. A good stallion will give 1,000 maras a year to raise cubs. Do you pay taxes? When he heard the last 3 words, he knew that it was Baigu who spoke. He considered the 1,000-mile horse. 1,000-mile horse could produce 1,000 1,000-mile horses a year later. Even if some of them couldn't make it, even if it was only 1/10 of them, there would still be 100,000-mile horses. How much was a fine steed worth? The specific technology was actually not announced. It's cows, farming cows. Raising cows is easier than raising horses. If an ordinary person gives his family a cow, his family can afford to raise it. How can they raise a good horse? Lu Huaishan was also on Li Yi's side. After all, he had taken advantage of Li Yi. Moreover, he also understood that he should be finished. Li Yi had already started to help in advance. Su Yi swallowed the crab meat in his mouth and said, Li Yi should have written a letter to discuss with us first, instead of giving orders through His Majesty. Do you think you can reject a discussion? Li Riji retorted to Su Yi. Lu Youqiu, who also knew who saved his life, muttered, It's all to show his power. Why don't the 2 of you try sitting in my seat? Su Yi was unhappy. I am the Zaifu. Do you think I haven't sat in your seat before? The 2 of them retorted. Yes, Lu Youqiu and Li Riji had both been prime ministers. Yin Xijin, who had never been prime minister, held the position of Minister of Revenue and Minister of Works at the same time. Her 3 sons were now high-ranking officials. Who was worse than who? Don't mention official positions. It was embarrassing. Xiao Yi should use pigeons to send messages. Zhang Juling thought of his pigeon friends. He missed the days when he and Li Yi used to send letters by pigeons in Guangzhou. Unfortunately, when they were in Chang, and the 2 of them could not use pigeons to fly. It was so close. If the pigeons were not in a hurry to return to their nest, it would delay things. 2 days ago, Monk Daowen was cured of his cold. The imperial physicians were keeping an eye on him. Li Yi asked them to do so. Also, 6 days ago, Scholar Lu Chong was poisoned and survived. It was Li Yi who sent people to follow him. They have been following him for almost a year. Lu Huaishan talked about serious matters. A monk was ordered by Li Yi. A scholar who studied the genealogy of aristocratic families was ordered by Li Yi. The monk's appeal was strong. Daowen caught a cold and was almost crippled. Fortunately, someone kept an eye on him and cured him. He had many disciples. For example, Jianjin was his disciple. This time he owed him a big favor. Li Yi was so cunning. Another person, Lu Chong, was a person who studied the families very thoroughly. He studied the records of family names. After he finished, he probably knew that he had offended someone. After receiving Li Longji's reward, he resigned and stopped playing. In the end, he was poisoned and almost died. He was also watched by people. He vomited, drank milk, and vomited again. He was dragged to the Li family Zhuangzi. The nurse who stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi gave him an injection, and he survived. Now he was staying in the Li family Zhuangzi. He did not go anywhere. It was too dangerous outside. From this point of view, Li Yi could indeed know the life and death of others in advance. The key was that he could save some people, but he could not. If they died, then so be it. Dawen was saved. Many people owed Li Yi a favor. Lu Chong was saved. He had a thorough understanding of the aristocratic families. It was useful. Song Jing and Su Yi lowered their heads and ate. They did not say anything. The two of them were still hoping that Li Yi would help them in advance when they were about to die. A word of criticism was enough to express his attitude. What should be done for Li Yi. Wasn't it just raising rabbits and cows? For the Tang dynasty, he should come back. I can't be at ease if he's always outside. Yao Chong thought of his eldest son. He was worried that someone would suddenly fall sick. Li Yi was not in the Li family Zhuangzi and could not save him in time. His Majesty was not afraid. He followed Li Yi. Old men like us are afraid. Who doesn't want to live? What do you mean by indifferent to life and death? There was no other way. They would die whether they were indifferent to life or not. They might as well die with dignity. It's mainly humid here. The temperature is slightly low. The comfortable temperature is 23 to 26 degrees Celsius. It's 18 degrees all year round. In addition to the humidity, everyone will get rheumatism. People who come here to plant mushrooms must limit their time and wear thick clothes. Li Yi led people to drill a hole. The hole was small, but they really did drill. He had artificially enlarged the hole. Everyone felt very warm. It was just that the road under their feet was slightly slippery. Empress Wang was pregnant, but she walked more steadily than the others. How long is the hole? Li Longji felt that it was very strange. How could the temperature in a hole be maintained within a certain range? It's said to be more than 5,600 meters long. It's not easy to walk. Many roads are difficult to walk. Let's walk around and go out. In the future, we'll go to other bigger holes in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew that this hole was not a big deal. The local development of this hole was part of a chain of tourist attractions. For every extra day that a tourist stayed in an area, they would spend more than 3 times the average income of the local area. It did not take much time to enter and exit Coxcomb Hole. However, it took more time to enter Coxcomb Hole than to enter and exit. Where else is this big? Li Longji was interested. He mainly wanted to go out. Who would want to stay in Chang'an all day? He wanted to see the sea and swim in the sea. Huizhou, Qianzhong Road. There's a big hole there. It's the king of karst caves. What a pity. Sigh. Li Yi was talking about Jinji Cave. It was such a good karst cave, but it only had 4 A's. Moreover, the ticket price was not as good as Coxcomb Hole. The difference was huge. It was even more so in Hunan province. Where was Huizhou? Who did not know Luoyang? Chapter 1308. Li Longji stopped and turned to look at Li Yi. What's wrong with Huizhou? Li Longji was unfamiliar with this name. He didn't seem to have any impression of it. Inspector, Li Yi answered with 3 words. This explained the local situation. It was basically not controlled by the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The local area was called Qianzhou Prefecture, and it was the inspector of central Guizhou. Many years later, it became an inspector. It was even worse than the autonomous region of Li Yi's time. At least the autonomous region listened to the central government and was an absolute administrative planning area. You didn't know how many people there were there now. Li Yi's Guizhou was next to Guizhou, and Guizhou's economic development had always been poor. The roads were not good, so Zijindong was only a 4A tourist area, lacking in all aspects. There was once a CCTV advertisement that said that traveling to Danjai was poverty alleviation. This showed the per capita income of the local area. There was also cheating, but it was less than in other places. because the local people knew that if tourists were driven away, the economic development would be even worse. There was very little information about the local area during the Tang dynasty. There was no specific information in the county records. The new Tang dynasty book said that the Jiangnan Road included 51 states, but there were no examples because the states were not listed. Giang was not listed. The provincial capital of Li Yi's time was now called Qianzhou Prefecture. The Tang dynasty didn't care about the administration and had very little control over the local area. I see. Li Longji didn't think about it. It was too remote, there were few people, and there was no subjugation office there. There are a lot of medicinal materials and mineral resources there. With my current method, I can mine the local resources to a large scale in 2 years. The per capita income is not lower than Chang. But the industry is single, the transportation is inconvenient, and the investment is huge. The same funds in other places would be more beneficial to the Tang dynasty, so it has always been ignored. Li Yi talked about why Guizhou's development was not as good as other places. The input-output ratio was low, and the national finance was not willing to support it. The local government's ability was limited, and those who had some ability went to other provinces. The local primary industry was the most useless, and the secondary industry was several times the primary industry. The most powerful was the tertiary industry, which was services, mainly in tourism. This showed that the government officials were working very hard. They knew their own situation, which was that they did not have the ability to get a large amount of funding from the central government. However, Li Yi felt that when the income from the state financial support reached its peak, it would tilt to other less developed areas. Do as you see fit. Li Longji didn't have any ideas himself and let Brother Yi handle it. He didn't even know what was going on in the area, so how was he supposed to manage it? Brother Yi is the best. He knows everything I ask him. Even a group of prime ministers, added together, couldn't compare to Brother Yi. For example, the prime ministers were all present. When he asked about the types of wild herbs on the mountain, the prime ministers all glared at him. Little Brother Yi would tell them one by one, including what diseases each herb was used for and where it was grown. When he asked if there were any mines in the area, the prime ministers were still confused. When asked about the river system and the layout of the mountains, the prime ministers were still asking about the amount of tribute, the type of folk customs, and the prime minister didn't seem to be of much use, right? Li Longji felt as if he was carrying the entire world with him. He felt especially at ease. As they walked, they asked and they chatted. Li Yi also had to take care of his future wife and first disciple. Qing Dai's grandfather followed beside them. When he heard Li Yi and Her Majesty's questions and answers, he completely understood. No wonder the Li family Zhuangzi status was so prominent. It was because of Li Yi. He would answer whatever was asked. He didn't hide anything and didn't hold back. Even if they grabbed a handful of soil and asked, Li Yi would tell them what kind of soil it was and what it was used for. The little girl, Qing Dai, glanced at her immortal master from time to time. Her master was too capable. Step here, it's slippery. The little girl helped Empress Wang spread a handkerchief. Her handkerchief. She tested the slippery spot on the ground first, and then spread the handkerchief on it. She already knew the use of the sachet in her beautiful master's wife's hand. It could help a pregnant woman to prevent miscarriage. This was the reason why she didn't use realgar, orpiment, and other medicines. Empress Wang smiled and asked, Qing Dai, you are so good to me. What do you want in return? The little girl went into a daze. She then smiled and said, I want my child to be safe. I don't want anything else. Empress Wang was also stunned. She patted the little girl's head and said, The Empress's palace advisor, Imperial Physician Xia, is a female official. You can be this official. The advisor was an official position in the Qing dynasty. Li Yi would sometimes mention it, and Empress Wang would remember it. In addition to the external duties, she was considered a free person in the palace. If she could go to the Empress's palace, where couldn't she go? At the same time, there were no restrictions on the external duties. Empress Wang thought of this official position on the spot. Ah, the Empress can go to the place where the Empress lives? The little girl actually understood. Yes. Empress Wang nodded her head. Will the Empress let you go? The little girl was still young. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning in Empress Wang's words. Yes. Empress Wang was certain. If I say yes, then yes. I like you. Then can I bring Tang with me? I heard that the Empress's palace is very beautiful. I want to take Tang with me. I told him that if there's something good, I'll share it with him. The little girl held the little girl's hand and asked expectantly. The little girl nodded her head first, and then shook her head. Yes, come with me. Don't go back to the palace. It's not fun there. I'll take you there. Then, I'll stay with you in the Li family Zhuangzi. The little girl comforted the little girl. Okay, I'll go there. The food there is not good. The little girl told her biggest secret, which was hidden in her heart. What rank am I? The little girl was addicted to being an official. Can you be the first rank? Empress Wang bent down slightly and kissed the little girl. Good girl. Master, what rank are you? Ah, I remember. Secondary second rank. I'm the first rank. No, I can't be higher than master. I'll be the third rank. The little girl was clear. She knew the rank and wouldn't make the mistake of saying that the fifth rank was higher than the third rank. Empress Wang agreed. Okay, the third rank. It's lower than the second rank. You can go to court at any time when there's a court meeting. When there's no court meeting, you can also see Her Majesty at any time. Okay, the little boy said. It didn't matter to him what rank he was. He liked this little sister anyway. The two children didn't know what this official position meant. It was an official position. It wasn't restricted. It was an empty position. It could take care of things. It was a salary. The third rank earned a lot. It was like eating the imperial food. Usually only the fifth rank officials could attend court meetings. There were two kinds of people. One was from the censorate, and the other was from the imperial physician. In fact, there were three kinds. The third kind was eunuchs. Eunuchs were official positions. Eunuchs were official positions for specific groups. Not all eunuchs were eunuchs. Those who didn't have the position of eunuchs couldn't be called eunuchs. There was also the yellow door. The yellow door was an official position. However, it was usually held by eunuchs. There were also many non-eunuchs in the yellow door. The little girl was better than them. She could enter the harem. Empress Wang didn't let her walk in the harem. Instead, she walked in the Empress's palace, which represented the little girl's belonging. She was the Empress's person and Li Yi's first real disciple. With this identity, the little girl Feng Qingdai could go anywhere in the entire Tang dynasty. She ran to Yao Chong's house. Yao Chong had to take care of her and find someone to play with her. Report. The winged knights ran in from outside. Dao caught a cold and has been cured. Lu Chong was poisoned and has been cured. I see. Li Yi understood. In history, 2 people died this year. He didn't know how they died. Chapter 1309. One actually caught a cold, and the other was harmed by an aristocratic family. There's no need to ask. We can't find the person who poisoned them, and we don't have a perfect monitoring system now. Li Yi didn't care about finding evidence of the mastermind at all. Since the other party dared to make a move under the current situation, they must have erased most of their traces. Lu Chang's clan records had to put the Li family first. Previously, the Cui family and the Lu family were the first two. The status of the aristocratic families would be shown in the clan records. Some aristocratic families that obtained their status through marriage were downgraded. They didn't have the position of prime minister, so their ranking dropped and the impact was huge. It turned out that the people in your family who were ranked 5th, 6th, and 7th had officials in their families, and they were even high-ranking officials. They would marry your daughter, and they would also marry your daughter to your young man, stabilizing the aristocratic family's advantage. If your family was moved out of the top 100, your daughter and young man would be worthless. The status of the married daughter in her husband's family would drop, and the young man who had married someone else's daughter would not be able to raise his head. The impact on the aristocratic families was too great. Others hated Li Longji, but they didn't dare to do anything. They could only hate Lu Chong. Lu Chong himself understood, so he resigned. He didn't escape the evil hands, even though he resigned. In the end, he was killed. The information only recorded that he died in the 5th year of Kaiyuan, but it didn't specify the reason. Today, Li Yi finally understood that he was poisoned to death. As for the Dao Shore, Li Yi suddenly thought of a word, sanctimonious. Seriously speaking, it came from a strange story. Pu Songling was actually an anti-religious person. It was like writing about Yu Buchuan in the Xiao Ao Jianghu. It was especially ironic. Of course, Pu Songling's original words were not sanctimonious, but sanctimonious. The reason for this was that he couldn't bear the pain of sealing chapters and deleting paragraphs. For example, as a web writer, he worked hard to write. To tell the truth, a chapter was sealed. He had to quickly edit it and find an editor to unseal it. There were also those who directly deleted your paragraph. When the writer went to correct the wrong words, he took a look. I clearly wrote more than 2,190 words. Why did it become more than 1,000 words? Looking carefully, wow, who deleted some content for me? It's not possible to add less than 2,000 words. Pu Songling was probably even more dangerous than this and could be easily killed. The Dao Shore was a huge branch of Buddhism. He had many disciples, and many of them were famous. Even if it was passed down to the later generations, it was still flourishing. Pu Songling did not dare to write. What he wrote was strange tales from a Chinese studio. It was more about promoting the positive side of ghosts and monsters. He wrote about the so-called righteous sects that people hated. What he really wanted to express was the phenomenon of society, which was why Daowen became famous. Li Yi was even more aware of why he had to protect the Dao Shore. He had clearly wanted to attack the religion, but he had protected a key person. This way, it would be easier to carry out the follow-up operations and scheme. I'll save your life and break your invincible golden body. You're so powerful, but didn't I have to save you? Those who knew a little about politics understood. Wang Wei understood, but Meng Haoren didn't. Meng Haoren's family had a lot of land, and he had tenant farmers to help him farm. How would he know about the struggles of the upper class of the country? When Wang Wei looked at Li Yi, his eyes were filled with fear. He had always advocated religion, Buddhism, Taoism, and so on. Now he gradually understood that there were some things that Li Yi didn't like and couldn't be rejected. Wang Wei came from a big family. Although Li Yi had saved one person, in fact he had a long-term plan. Brother Yi, what should we do in the future? Li Longji couldn't predict the future, so the easiest way was to ask Li Yi. Lu Chong knows a lot about the aristocratic families, so I'll use his specialty. It's very difficult for me to find information about the aristocratic families. It just so happens that there's someone who can help. His ability is very important. I need him to provide some information about the aristocratic families before I can cooperate with them. Li Yi said his purpose of protecting Lu Chong. It looked like it was about the aristocratic families, but in fact, it included the current situation of each aristocratic family. Li Yi needed this, and then he would deal with it specifically. Not only would they not be allowed to marry, but they would also be restricted in their official positions. After changing the aristocratic families, the situation was clear. In terms of technology, Li Yi didn't count on outsiders. However, some information about the Tang dynasty couldn't be found, so he needed some talents. Everyone walked around and came out of Coxcomb Cave. They were not used to it in an instant. It was cold outside. Under normal circumstances, -19 degrees Celsius and -20 degrees Celsius were actually a divide. Northerners were particularly sensitive to this. They felt that it was necessary to check. In fact, when driving at -19 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius, It could be felt that the sound and vibration were different. If it was an electric car, it would be over. The battery of an electric car, in a low-temperature environment, the chemical reaction would be slow. There were no cars now, but it was cold. The temperature difference was more than 30 degrees Celsius. It was negative 18 degrees Celsius in the cave, but outside it was negative 15 degrees Celsius. When the temperature difference changed, everyone shivered. "Brother E, why is it like this here?" Lilongji put on his coat. He couldn't understand why the temperature difference outside the cave was so big. One is the circulation of the air, and the other is the geothermal heat in the cold. Li knew that there was a pool here, so it wasn't cold all year round. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This is the same principle you see when the people in the capital are living well, but the people in other places are not. How many places in the Tang dynasty are the people not living well?" Lilongji was worried about the people. In the past, he heard people say that the position was too high and they couldn't fall down. Now it was different. He followed them and knew about the people. He also knew that the newspapers were trying to promote how to improve the efficiency of farming, and the people benefited from it. Many. Li Yi was not like other ministers who bragged about the Kaiyuan age. Li Yi judged based on his situation at that time. There was no starvation to death, and there was no situation where he couldn't find a job. He had to admit that the welfare of some Western countries at that time was indeed good, especially the Rising Sun City, which was good in all aspects of the welfare of the people. The Tang dynasty was far from this level. The difference was too big, but it needed to be persevered. If the imperial court gave up, then it would be a failure. How many years will it take? Lilongji was a little anxious. He didn't know how long he could live. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to complete it in his lifetime. He didn't know how long other emperors lived, and he didn't know how many years he had lived in history. 20 years at most. Li Yi gritted his teeth and gave an answer. He had no choice. With the development of society, it was impossible for the entire Great Tang to do whatever they wanted to do today. No one was more anxious than him. As long as he promoted the development of society, he could increase his lifespan. He didn't have time to care about the purpose of others. Anyway, his purpose was very clear. This was the need for survival. The most important thing was to stop him, and it was to kill him. Chapter 13:10. There is a coal mine here, stone coal. Li Yi returned to the car and gave his apprentice, the little fellow, and Li Ten a stick of candied haws each. He unfolded the map and drew a line on it with his finger. Coal mine. As he spoke, he drew another line with his finger. The mine just now was on the north side of the Yellow River. Now it's on the south side of the Yellow River. It's also stone coal. How deep is it from the surface? Lilongji was worried that it would not be easy to dig. It's on the surface of the mountain, but it's not very good at burning. The advantage is that the burnt ash is very suitable for making cement. Li Yi had been to 2 mines, passing by. There was too much environmental pollution. One was a tourist area, and the other was a medicinal herb planting area. The Tang dynasty didn't need to make the local area green at this time. If it weren't for the Fongs who picked and processed herbs here and lived here in turns, there would be no sign of people here. Even the woodcutters didn't come so far to cut firewood. There was a pile of mountains nearby. Li Yi thought of the woodcutters, and Lilongji also thought of the same thing. The woodcutters can dig coal. They can still make a living. Lilongji now considered the problem more comprehensively. They can make more money. These 2 mines belong to the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund. The villagers will be paid according to the number of people. Those who are less than 15 years old don't count. Those who are 15 years old and under 60 years old pay 3 yuan a month. The money earned will be put into the fund, and a few cement factories will be built to provide jobs for the local people. Li Yi directly arranged for the fund to be managed by Li Qingqi. The woodcutters worked hard to make money. They needed to form teams to cut wood from the mountain and carry the wood down to the county. The village didn't need the woodcutters to sell firewood. They could go to the mountain to collect firewood. Every family had their own firewood pile. In autumn, the family took time to go to the mountain twice, and a big firewood pile would appear. It was enough to burn through the winter, and they would pick it up in the summer. How do the woodcutters collect firewood? Tang asked timidly. As a child, he shouldn't interrupt when the adults were talking. The forest with woodcutters usually grows better. The woodcutters use axes and choppers. When they use axes, after Li Yi finished talking about business, he began to popularize Tang. Woodcutters were responsible for maintaining the forest, not cutting down every tree they saw. In the winter, they would go into the mountains to gather dead branches, tie them with ropes, pierce them with poles, and carry them back. When they entered the mountains in spring, they would use a hatchet and an axe to prune the branches. They would see which tree had a large branch that needed to be cut down and then deal with it. In the summer, they needed to form teams. In the spring, they observed well. If some trees couldn't hold on any longer, they would chop them down and carry them back. In autumn, he would look at the trees again. If there was a pine tree, he would use a rake to hug the pine branches and bring a sack into the mountain to install the pine tree tower. The woodcutter was very familiar with every tree on the mountain he was in charge of. For example, if a tree grew crooked and took up too much space, it would affect other trees. The woodcutter would first peel off a 2-inch circle of bark, and the tree would die. Then he would chop it down. If anyone wanted to make a coffin or a beam for a house, the first person they would look for would be a woodcutter. The woodcutter took them up the mountain and chose a useful tree for them. They gave him money. The woodcutter would never chop down a tree that could be used as firewood and sell it. Li Yi explained in detail. Other than the people from the Feng family, no one else knew about this. It turned out that the woodcutter didn't go into the mountains to chop wood and sell the firewood. Master, you know so much. When we see the medicinal herbs, we will remember some of the medicinal herbs that are not old enough. In some places where there are seedlings, we will also help to fertilize and water them. The little girl talked about herself along with the woodcutter. The people who picked the medicinal herbs also did the same. Yes, there are also hunters. They will take good care of the places they are in charge of. Li Yi opened his mouth as he spoke. The little girl quickly passed the Tang Hulu to her master and asked him to take a bite. Li Yi was satisfied. This disciple was too smart and sensible. Master, since there is a coal mine, does it mean that the woodcutter only needs to collect some soft firewood? The little girl knew the situation. Firewood could be divided into soft firewood and hard firewood. Hard firewood was chopped wood. Soft firewood was made from small branches and pine needles. He also needs to collect some hard firewood. Otherwise, he won't be able to ignite the coal. However, the demand is small. People in the mountainside villages still like to burn firewood except in winter. Li Yi touched the little girl's head and explained with a smile. The little girl showed a puzzled expression. Isn't it good to burn coal? The stove is different. Do you have a Kong at home? There is a grate under the coal-burning stove, and the firewood-burning stove is close to the ground. The stove with a grate can only be directly put in the firewood and then added from the top when adding coal. Then use the stove hook to penetrate the ashes, and by the way, let the coal in the stove burn more fully. Li Yi swallowed the Tanghulu that made him frown and said, while gesturing. The little girl's eyes were bright, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I have a brick Kong at home. Some people even use mud to make the Kong. They say that they put glutinous rice juice in it. She lived in the social stratum and followed the adults to treat others' illnesses. So she came into contact with many things. I'll release another batch of coal. Li Yi hesitated and decided. Pine Tree opened his box. Without looking at it, the cub went out of the tent and went to another place to look for a big map. When he came back, everyone was looking at a big map, the same kind as the one he brought back. Li Yi began to point on it, and the 4 Teohongs were trying hard to remember. The location of the coal mine, the quality of the coal, the depth, and so on had to be written down. The people of the Feng family were only the little girl's grandfather and parents, and they did not dare to make a sound. They still did not speak and just stood behind in shock. Qing Dai's master was simply heaven-defying. What exactly was there that he didn't know? It's under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The local officials are not allowed to interfere, including the price of mining and the sale of coal. Li Yi emphasized the issue of ownership. If the local government had power, they would have rights. Li Yi actually knew that the officials sent to the local government to manage the coal mines would still have problems when the time came. Coal was money. There was so much money in charge, and the key was that there was no specific amount. How many people would not be tempted? Knowing was one thing, but the system and laws had to be perfected so that there would be laws when dealing with people. Of course, there were no laws. Did the emperor need laws to deal with people? Li Dan was holding a candied hawthorn in his hand and sharing it with noble consort Lu. Hearing Li Yi's words, he said, "Coal washing can solve the problem of employment." Good. He learned all kinds of new words and operation methods. He was also thinking about what kind of business or fund he should start. Of course, he asked Li Yi to find a way. He did not know how to do it himself. Li Yi gave him the specific operation methods, and he found someone to manage it. Including management, he asked Li Yi to perfect the rules and regulations. It would be best if there were no loopholes. Otherwise, he would have to kill people. It would be troublesome and infuriating. The key is to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Now, they are all basic labor jobs and manual labor. The population of the Tang dynasty is not large. It's normal to increase it by 10 times. After next year, we will occupy more uninhabited land, and the population will not be controlled. Li Yi did not have any sense of accomplishment. There was a comparison. At that time, he did manual labor because he could not find a suitable job. Chapter 13:11. The winged knights ran back with Li Longji's handwritten edict and told the prime ministers about the arrangements. The little guy was sleepy. Get the pond water from Coxcomb Cave, heat it up, and give the little guy a bath. He wanted to talk to his new little sister, but he couldn't stand it. In the end, he fell asleep helplessly. The little girl was energetic. After the bath, she put on warm pajamas and hugged a big cloth doll sold in fragrant Orchid Pavilion. She mumbled to the doll. Li Yi stir-fried a plate of tussa pupa. He sprinkled some salt and didn't take out the internal organs. Before stir-frying, it had to be blanched first. The pupa was newly cut from the shell and was still alive. Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and Li Yi ate 2 dishes. The other dish was edamame, which was grown in a greenhouse. "Brother Yi, the girl is good. How do you teach her?" Li Longji asked. His first prince was still young and needed education. First learn mathematics, then physics and chemistry. There is no need for literature. Qing Dai knows it. A person who studies medicine must have a high foundation in literature. Li Yi had already planned to teach mathematics to his eldest disciple on the way back. There was no need for literature. A person who could understand medical books had reached a certain level of literary attainment. Big brother, third brother, I'm going to promote vernacular. It's easy to learn. The articles now are too laborious. The newspapers don't write white enough. Li Yi wanted to promote quickly. At this time, he finally understood why the country simplified the font and used vernacular. How white? Li Qingqi had been learning since he was young. He didn't know how to change it. Li Yi frowned slightly. He looked at the edamame on the plate and said, "For example, there are several ways to express edamame. Let me explain. The first way is when the bean is not ripe. It is eaten as a pod. It is fluffy. The second way is when the bean is ripe. It is picked and cooked. If there is fluffy, it is called edamame. The third way is when the bean is almost ripe. It is picked quickly. Because there's a little fluffy on it, we call it edamame." Yes, there's a lot of paper now. Brother, he came up with a lot of methods to make paper. There is no need to write it on silk, let alone engrave it. When Li Longji talked about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment. In the past, papermaking had high requirements, such as straw paper and rice paper. But now, all kinds of paper were available. Things made of stone could also be used to produce paper when placed in a mess of materials. Moreover, pencils could be used to write. Writing with a brush was not good as the paper was prone to bloating. The back and front of the newspaper could be used for calligraphy or pencil writing. With such good technology, he could directly throw it on the newspaper. There were other ways to make paper. Anyone who wants to learn can do it. There is no confidentiality. This played a very important role in the dissemination of knowledge in the Tang dynasty. It solved the problem at the basic level. Brother E, if that's the case, then wouldn't literature be beautiful? Li Qingqi liked to read poems, which were easy to read. Slowly, the people will pursue higher literary attainments based on this foundation. Li Yi was confident about this. At the end of the day, someone would eventually learn the things of their own civilization well. What left the deepest impression on him was that some people who were born in the 60s and 70s were indeed illiterate. In the 1980s, it exploded and everyone went to learn it. In the 1990s, there were fewer people who learned it. After a few more years, there were more people who learned it because the internet was developed. However, the proportion of people who could understand traditional literature was still small. There were obviously ready-made words, but they insisted on creating new words. For example, to run for joy, it was a forceful combination of 4 idioms. What was the root cause? Li Yi believed that it was due to the foreign cultural input. For example, words such as GDP, CPI, and so on were all the first letters of English, including P2P. It was neither foreign nor Chinese. External praise, internal denial, and change of ideas. Following this, it became a way to replace the first letters of Hanyu pinyin. For example, LZSB. Some input methods would show that the original poster was an idiot. If it was replaced with Chinese characters, it would be Land's House Sesame Seed Cake. Last year, I bought a watch and used its first consonant to speak. I felt so awesome. Li Yi was more disgusted because, for traditional literature people, it was very easy to understand the online language of Hanyu pinyin. However, they hoped that these children would learn traditional Chinese literature and not show off their knowledge of words. They were not worthy. If a person who learned classical guitar wanted to play electric guitar, he could learn it in a few days. It was very easy. If a person who learned electric guitar suddenly wanted to change to classical guitar, then learn from the beginning. Then the commoners would not need so many things. They could read the newspapers and understand the situation from the newspapers. At the same time, they could learn knowledge. Brother, the dissemination of knowledge is based on words and language. The purpose of learning how to read is definitely not to write poems. Li laughed. Who said that knowing how to write and read would make a poem? The meaning of words and language was to communicate. Could it be that a child who had just learned how to read would say, "The sun shines and the incense burner produces purple smoke"? Li Yi thought about it and suddenly had a sense of understanding and disdain. It was this poem written by Li Bai. Some people felt that they had good literary talent and had led an orthodox thing to the dark side. They felt that it was interesting and fun. In fact, it could only be said that such people were too young and shallow. It was understandable, but they hoped that they would not be so stupid in the future. If not, they would be disdained by others. Their literary attainment was too low. F***K. How could they scold others? Ha 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 ha. Li Yi thought about how he scolded others and could not help but laugh. Brother E, why are you laughing? Li Longji was shocked. Nothing. Actually, as humans, we are the most hypocritical. But in general, especially the propaganda of the imperial court, we must have the right values. Li Longji already knew what was the right values. This was what was spread in the Tang dynasty. Their outlook on life and values were more thorough. but they were a little confused about the world. This was because not everyone had to consider the matters of the country. They only wanted to have enough to eat. Brother E, after the matter of artificial help for the new livestock, including artificial hatching. Is there any other way to make the lives of the commoners better? Li Longji asked Li Yi. He would not ask Zaifu such a question. Zaifu also did not know. The industrial chain and deep processing are the most correct development direction. To support the country, farmland and handicrafts are the foundation. If you want to obtain more resources from the motherland through overseas trade, such as food, technology is the most important. I am preparing to turn the previous sewing machine into something that can embroider. Compared to real handmade embroidery, it is much worse. However, compared to the other things that can be sold directly, this machine is also good. Li Yi chatted casually and had a new idea. People outside the Tang dynasty also felt that machine embroidery was good. Sewing machines, as long as a few small parts were added, many good things could be made. As long as there was a model, the Li family Zhuangzi and Yi Meng would make money. It would lead the local businessmen in the same industry to think of ways. Chapter 1312. Li Longji and Li Yi were talking about the future. Feng Qingdai had already fallen asleep. She had a smile on her face. While she was sleeping, she suddenly giggled and opened her eyes. She looked up at the kerosene lamp and patted her chest. It's not a dream. It's real. I have an immortal master. Let's sleep. There were also people from the Feng family who were not asleep. They were all in the same tent and were talking about Qingdai. They were happy for Qingdai. They were also happy that they had more medical books at home. The key was the imperial court. No, the Li family Zhuangzi would take action. There were so many mountains. The beasts that could hurt people were killed or confined to an area where people could not go. They could also plant medicinal herbs. They had planned a good place and said that there would be a special place for Qingdai. The money they earned in the future would also belong to Qingdai. Why don't we call the other children in the family and ask Li Dongzhu to take a look? Some of Qingdai's uncles were tempted. Their own children did not come. What if they were chosen? There would be one more child in the family. It was not just a matter of learning skills. He had power. As Li Dongzhu's disciple, who would dare to bully him? Everyone was talking and finally felt sleepy. They fell asleep with different thoughts. The next morning, they drank bear meat soup. They still had to enter the cave today. They would go in during the day to take a look. They were in too much of a hurry last night. Although it was so dark in the cave during the day and night, the bear meat was the bear meat. The bear was hunted by Guizi. When the Yulin flying cavalry found the black bear, Guizi took the assault rifle and shot it in the eye. He did not even use the sniper rifle. The bullets were expensive. He could also use the bow, but the bear's nose was sensitive. He needed to shoot from a distance. Thus, 3 complete bear skins were obtained. There were also wolves. They were going to eat wolf meat soup at noon. In addition, they caught dozens of thin and weak forest musk deer. They did not have a good time in winter. If they were not caught, they would probably starve to death. After catching the deer, they were fed with concentrated ingredients. The forest musk deer ate happily. The concentrated ingredients included cooked bean powder, bone powder, cooked bean cake, and wheat bran. Looking at the forest musk deer's eyes when they ate, they felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. It was too delicious. They did not become food. They had to be brought back. Along the way, they could eat more good things to nourish their bodies. When it was time to harvest the musk, he would harvest it while it was still alive. In this way, the forest musk would not die. She wouldn't take it when she was in heat. She wanted to let the males find a mate by relying on this smell. Master, my family also raises them. The little girl insisted on serving li'i soup and other things to her master. You've collected incense. Li'i knew that his disciple's family read the newspaper when he heard that they were raising musk deer. The newspaper had written about how to remove the musk. Usually, It was taken after the musk deer had mated, and there would be more the next year. Even from 2 months ago until now, the warm place would have lasted until now. In the local area, it was basically done. In the first half of the year, there would be little Lin Musk born. Yeah. The little girl sat next to Li. Her stool was very high. Sure enough, it can be taken out alive. According to the newspaper, it's simple. It's easier than acupuncture. The little girl even gestured with her hands to take out the incense. It seemed that she had done it herself. Taking out the incense was to dig it out. The boiled Chinese medicine was disinfected, and the acupuncture was very skillful. There were no obstacles in taking out the incense. What do you think is different? Li Yi peeled the sweet garlic for his disciple. If it's not dead, you can take it out every year. You can also raise it yourself. If you get more musk, you can kill it to get the sachet. Every time you kill it, there will be one less. The little girl didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the forest musk. Judging from the amount of musk she had harvested, the forest musk was more valuable. In her heart, as long as the medicinal herbs were good for the patient, she didn't care about the animals. If it was to take out the bear's gallbladder, she would be very supportive. As long as she could get the bile, the bear was a raw material and a tool. As for whether the bear would feel uncomfortable or not, she didn't care. It was fine as long as the person didn't feel uncomfortable. Qingdai, what's in the soup? Princess Yongmu was still curious. How did the little girl distinguish so many medicinal herbs? Nothing. It's just pepper, green onion, dried ginger, Cotinopsis palaciula and angelica. Oh, salt. Salt is also medicine. The little girl had just taken a sip. She already knew. Li Yi revealed a smile. He was very happy. Did he still need to teach his disciple about Chinese medicine? There's no garlic. Princess Yongmu drank it herself. She actually tasted the taste of garlic. The little girl shook her head. No, it's not good to put garlic in the soup. There's sweet garlic. Li Yi just finished peeling the sweet garlic and put it on the plate. Master, what's the carriage that Bao is sleeping in? The little girl turned her head and looked at the baby carriage that was covered with a closed glass cover. Bao was not wearing any clothes inside. His breasts were exposed. He was lying down and basking in the sun. There was an air bottle to provide breathing. The temperature was constant at 26 degrees Celsius. The little guy was bathing in the winter sun and sleeping with his eyes closed. Bao had just been fed milk. There were palace maids watching him. If Bao opened his eyes, half of the glass cover would be put on to block the light. People need to bask in the sun. This way, they can prevent themselves from getting sick. I'll teach you why in the future. The cover will let the sunlight in and keep the temperature warm. Li Yi didn't teach her now, as there was too much content. Oh, is that so? Master, they said that the Li family's houses in Zhuangzi are all made of glass. Will there be glass windows in the house I'll live in the future? The little girl was still a child. She liked bright places. Li Yi nodded gently. There are all kinds of individual courtyards. The big furry bear I hugged last night is good. Master, give me one. If the little girl wanted something, she would ask her master. Her family wouldn't say anything. Li Yi still nodded. When you go back to Chang and go to Wen Tian Orchid Pavilion with your sister Wen Tian, write down whatever you like. When you get to Zhuangzi, I'll put it in your house. Yes. The little girl smiled. She felt that she had the whole world and was full of happiness. She drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ate half a small bagel. Master, other children want to be your disciples. Will you accept them? It depends on their abilities. I'll accept children like you. Otherwise, I won't accept them. Li Yi was very direct and didn't hide anything. Master, you can teach them. The little girl had her own ideas. There are so many children in the world. Why don't I find those who are smarter and have a good foundation? Why do I have to find those who don't have a good foundation? Li Yi was still straightforward. It was like his 985 and 21. 1. The former belonged to the year and month. It was a project that was established in May of 1998. The latter was the broader 21st century. There were 100 colleges and universities. 21. One included some 985. Generally speaking, 985 was better than 21. 1, which wasn't in the 985 list. Generally, students who graduated from these colleges and universities had a high starting point when they looked for jobs. There were many junior high school graduates who earned more money. Why did they have to raise the standards of these graduates? It was because of the ratio. Under the same conditions, whoever had a better education and higher education would naturally choose the best. There were 2 horse farms. One was small and specialized in raising fine horses. The other was big and raised all kinds of horses. It was also possible for fine horses to appear. If a person wanted to buy a fine horse, he would definitely not go to the big horse farm. He would go directly to the small horse farm and buy it. He looked for disciples in the same way. Since he could choose from the world, why did he have to teach them from the beginning? Then he could slowly observe them. Chapter 13:13. The little girl actually understood. She was happy that her master had chosen her because she was good. Master, master, there are 46 forest musk deer. Why don't we raise them here? The little girl had her own ideas. She saw how skinny and weak the forest musk deer were and hoped that she could fatten them up so that the males would have more musk. That's because the winged knights had cleared and chased away some tigers, bears, wolves, and leopards. Without them, the local forest musk deer would not be eaten. Then the numbers would increase, and we would have to continue catching them and raising them in other places. Musk has many uses. Li patiently explained to his disciple how animals influenced each other. It was a subject of biology. If one wanted to learn more, they could go as deep as they wanted. The little girl had stopped eating and placed her chopsticks on the table. She thought for a while and said, "The creation and destruction of the 2 elements, the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, the order of yin and yang, the rules of heaven and earth, the endless cycle and the law of nature." Li looked at his first disciple and wanted to hug and kiss her. Suddenly he realized that he could not. She was not a child, he was her master. She was too smart. If such a child were to come to him, how many children would suffer because of her? The little girl was definitely someone else's child. She was only 8 years old. This was no longer an unpolished jade, but a jade annulus of eclat that had been cut open. Li couldn't describe how satisfied he was. Was this a gift from the heavens? With such a disciple, why would he still need a system? No, there should be a system. With so many videos, the system was pretty good. System. When we get home, I'll take you to watch cartoons. The Smurfs should be on now. There should be a lot of children watching. Li treated his first disciple as his own daughter. He took care of other children, but he valued his first disciple the most. "Master, what's a cartoon?" The little girl was curious. She was very polite to others. She did not know why, but she felt very close to her master when she saw him. I'll draw a simple one for you. The paper has to be harder." Li decided to use practical actions to cover up his feelings. Ching Song, who was eating at the side, hadn't even swallowed the bagel in his mouth when the box was opened. The cub reached out and actually knew where the hard paper and pencil were. It skillfully took them out and handed them to Li. Red and blue. Li took the item and said. Ching Song quickly took out the red and blue lead and handed it to the cub. The cub shrugged and handed it to Li. Li put the 2 pieces of paper together and used a pencil to draw something on the paper. It was a simple drawing of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon. It was sketched out with a blue brush. After 20 breaths of time, the first piece was finished. A red watermelon appeared in Zhu Beiji's hand. The second photo was slightly altered. The hand holding the watermelon lifted. Zhu Beiji opened his mouth, and a piece of the watermelon was missing. After he finished drawing, he rolled the first piece of paper with a pencil. Take the pencil and push it horizontally. The first piece of paper is flat, the pencil is pushed to the other side, and the paper is rolled up. The two pictures of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon turned into animations. After a few manipulations, Li Yi gave the drawings to his eldest disciple. The little girl drew back and forth on her own. Her eyes were obviously bigger. It was amazing. Master, how did these two pieces of paper become like this? The little girl played with them for a while, trying to figure out the reason. I'll teach you in the future. Eat. This is animation. I'll show you cartoons when we get home. Li Yi handed the other things to the cub. Okay, Master. The little girl put the two pieces of paper aside and looked up at Li Yi. Okay. Li Yi responded, Master. The little girl shouted again. Eat. The soup will be cold soon. Li Yi touched his disciple's head. Okay. The little girl's eyes narrowed into slits. Not far away, the imperial physicians looked at each other and then glanced at each other. Their faces were filled with disappointment. What a good disciple, but they couldn't compete with Dongzhu. What the owner provided to his disciple was definitely not only knowledge, but also a strong person to rely on. If Qing Dai was his disciple, she was likely to be schemed against by others. They would suppress her through competitions and destroy her confidence. Dongzhu was Qing Dai's master. Who would dare to do that? Who wrote the medical books you read? You want to scheme against the little girl? Let's see if Dongzhu will let you live. His status was not high enough. If he found a powerful disciple, many people would be jealous and suppress her. In Dongzhu's hands, others could only kneel. Speaking of which, it was, Oh, congratulations, Li Dongzhu. You have a good disciple. Those who achieve the Tao will get what they need. Li Dongzhu has a successor. How can there be such a smart disciple if she is not kind? Yes, all the peers not only did not dare to find fault with the little girl, but they also had to help her. Dongzhu's medical books were still unfinished. Do you want them? What? It doesn't matter if you don't want them. Bullying your disciple. Does that mean you don't want to live anymore? Do you think Dongzhu doesn't know how to kill people? Learn well. At the same time, see which part of Dongzhu's eldest disciple is not good enough. We can help to adjust it. The smart imperial physician knew what to do. The others nodded. They were all smart, just like Tao Hong and the others. Those who were not smart would not have the chance to come. After everyone finished eating, they rested for a while and entered the cave. Li Lang, it's dark at night and dark during the day. Why does it feel different? Princess Yongmu held Li Yi's arm. Because the ground was slippery, they walked step by step. It was to adjust the center of gravity with every step. Then, the heel of one foot was pressed in front of the other foot. It was not a straight line. If it was a straight line, one would have to consider the left and right sides. Magnetic field, magnetism. The magnetic field during the day is different from the magnetic field at night. The other is a habit. Since young, we sleep when the sky is dark and wake up when the sun rises. This is called the biological clock. The last one is psychological. If you feel that the sky is bright, then your heart is bright too. Li Yi let Princess Yongmu hold his arm and held his eldest disciple's hand. They walked very steadily. This included Li Dan and the others, because they were wearing short nail shoes. Li Yi did not exchange them. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi, who came yesterday, made them temporarily. They worked until midnight. As for why they were not wearing long nail shoes, it was because they were not used to climb icebergs. In track and field, it was rare to see athletes wearing long nail shoes. Long nail shoes would only appear when the material of the track was different for sprinting. However, no one would wear long nails for long-distance running. Long nails were more useful for climbing icebergs. The resistance of long nail shoes increased when the grip on the ground was greater. Otherwise, why didn't people compete in sprinting and long distance running with stilts? Was it long enough to make the bottom of the stilt sharper? Li Lang, we have been out for so long. Will something happen in Chang? And Princess Yongmu felt worried because her father was not in Chang, and the Prime Minister was not with them. It's better than when we were in Chang, and Old Bai and the others tried their best to reach this level. No one from the other aristocratic families dares to make a move. This is called the window period. Only stupid people will make a move at this time. Anyone with a bit of intelligence will help to maintain the administration of Chang. And Li Yi was not in a hurry. He had absolute confidence. At this moment, only an idiot would challenge the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 13-14. Bang! 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 The winged knights chiseled away at the small opening of Coxcomb Cave with their pickaxes. They wanted to chisel a hole that was big enough for a person to carry things through and plant mushrooms in the future. Li Yi strolled around and suddenly thought of something. What if Coxcomb Cave was not open for tourism and focused on planting monkey head mushrooms? The advertisement said that it was a natural cave with a constant temperature and used mineral water from the cave. Then it introduced the local barium content, which was included in the soil. Other farms were selling it for 100 per kilogram, but the one in the cave was selling it for 1,000. Would it work? The group wandered around. Maybe it was a psychological factor, but they felt that the cave was brighter during the day than at night. You can come and visit when you are free. Brother, do you think it will be brighter if we use the light from the water curtain? Li Longji looked at the swaying kerosene lamp and thought of the water curtain in Zhuangzi. It had big headlights and colorful lights. Colorful lights might not look good. Normal lights are more suitable. Li Yi did not agree. It was a waste of his life. Rumor has it that the water from stalactites can cure all diseases. Do you think so? Li Longji was thinking about immortality. Not really. Li Yi shook his head. I know. It is written in the medical books. Master's medical books listed that different stalactites can cure different diseases. There is also a note about which kind of water is harmful. The little girl introduced and also mentioned the contents of the medical books. For example, Shinnong and Wu's Materia Medica, XN, Bien Go, sweet, non-toxic. Qi Bo also called the stalactites Kongongni, salty. Bien K, on the other hand, said sour, non-toxic. This meant that they did not taste the stones from the same cave. The classification was not detailed enough. Li Yi looked at his eldest disciple in surprise. He suspected that she also had a system. You are so powerful, and you are from a medical family. Why are there no traces of you in history? Li Longji was satisfied. Qing Dai, you must learn from your master. The women in the palace are counting on you to help them. The same goes for the other women in the Tang dynasty. Yes, Li Qingqi agreed. The Tang dynasty lacked female imperial physicians. Similarly, there were very few female physicians. Qing Dai knows. The little girl was sensible. Although she was young, she had helped 12 pregnant women give birth this year. It was not convenient for male doctors to enter the delivery room, and the midwife did not know much about medicine. She played a huge role. When she went in to take a look, she discovered the problem and shouted at the experts outside. When shouting, she would state her own solution. If the person outside agreed, she would say, okay, and she would deal with it. If she didn't agree, he would tell her what to do first and teach her after the child was born. Whatever he was taught, he would be able to master at once. If he were to encounter similar situations again, he would be able to handle them with ease. When you finish your studies, you can be the master of all the female doctors in the Tang dynasty. Your name will be passed down through the ages. Li Yi also encouraged the girl. I don't want a good reputation. I just want the body of a sick person. The little girl said with a smile. As she spoke, she began to pant. Li Yi grabbed the little girl's hand and was about to take her pulse. Ching Song No. 1 suddenly knelt on the wet and slippery ground. He weighed his hands and used his back to make a table. Qing Dai has a heart disease. It originates from the lungs and goes to the heart. Qing Dai's grandfather smoothly took out an acupuncture box from his sleeve. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the box and picked up the needles. Then, he brushed the needles through Qing Dai's clothes. After a while, the little girl's breathing was not so rapid, and her complexion was much better. I found out when I was 3 years old. It was difficult for me to find out the disease when I was in middle school. Later, I found out that medicine can slow it down, but it can't be removed completely. The little girl's father said in a low voice, "Congenital heart disease? Let's go out and let Z help." When Li Yi heard about the lungs and the heart, he thought about his disciple's symptoms. The first thing that came to his mind was congenital heart disease, and it was very likely to be pulmonary stenosis. He needed to use the equipment. At the same time, he hoped that the little girl's illness would be lighter. If it was congenital heart disease, it would be best if it was pulmonary stenosis. Guazi ran over and carried the little girl in his arms. He was the most stable. For a moment, everyone lost the mood to play and were concerned about the little girl's illness. "Why didn't you go to the Li family Zhuangzi to look for me?" Li Yi questioned the people from the Feng family with a gloomy face. "I was afraid that it would tarnish Li Dongzhu's reputation. There are so many medical books. If Li Dongzhu can't cure her, his reputation will be tarnished." The little girl's grandfather tactfully said. He had never seen Li Yi's medical skills. Although the medical books were good, according to the medical books, he could not change his granddaughter's condition. One of them thought that it was useless to look for him, and the other was worried that Li Yi's reputation would be tarnished. Isn't it normal that it can't be cured? Medicine can't kill people. I don't care as long as I try my best. Li Yi's expression was slightly better. After getting out of the cave and into the car, Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief after a set of targeted examinations were done. The diagnosis was pulmonary stenosis. It was simple. According to the current situation, she needed to undergo interventional surgery. Li Yi finally knew why Feng Qingdai's name was not recorded in history. The heavens were jealous of the talents. "Master," everyone said that I can't live to 15 years old. I can still live for 7 years. 7 years is a long time, right? I feel that I have lived for a long time now. I will work hard to learn from you, Master. While learning, I will also save others so that they can live longer. The little girl's condition improved. Her eyes were bright and clear. The eyes of the people around them turned red. Li Longji wiped the corner of his eyes and said, "Brother Yi, I will prepare for a month and then completely treat her. I need to find fresh corpses. I have to practice with the team. It's a small problem, easy to solve." Li Yi smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Don't worry, I am here. I still have a lot of skills to pass on to you. How can 7 years be enough?" "Yes, I believe in you, Master." The little girl also smiled. "Isn't it better to be alive?" Wu Jiu asked. She liked Qingdai. She was smart and liked to laugh. "Of course," Li Yi admitted. "Prisoners on death row, give them a chance to practice. If they die, it will be bad. If they don't die, the death penalty will be changed to imprisonment. Compared to those who used gunpowder to build roads, those who cannot escape death should be given to Owner Li and the other nurses for practice." Wu Jiu's suggestion was that they must die. She wanted to eliminate those who were not allowed to die. Now, there was an extra chance to live. The little girl's grandfather was stunned for a moment. He stared at Li Yi and said, "You can cure them?" He did not even bother to address him respectfully and directly said, "You." Yes, in 1,000 Qingdai's case, if one is not cured, it will be an accident. Li Yi understood the old man's feelings and said with certainty. The old man bent his leg and Guazi held it. "I saved my own disciple. Do I need you to thank me? I am a prisoner on death row." Li Yi adopted Wu Jiu's method. Live well and use the ball to support. The old man took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there will be rumors. What will the other ministers think?" Empress Wang showed her domineering side. If we don't agree, we will use them to practice. Who dares to say anything? They are still counting on Uncle to treat them." The others nodded. "Yes, let's do it this way." The prisoners on death row would basically agree. If they really died, they would have more chances to live if they were used as practice. If they talked nonsense, they would find an excuse to use them as practice. "Master, you can cure my illness? Can I learn it? If I learn it, I will be able to cure people like me." The little girl was happy. She could live longer, learn more, and help more people. Chapter 13:15. On the way back, other than eating and resting, we will spend the rest of our time on the road. The Wing Knights will go back to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect the herbs and send them to the Feng family's pharmacy nearby. Noble consort Lu gave an order for the first time. She liked this little girl. She was such a good child. They should quickly go back and look for the prisoners on death, wrote to ask Xiao Yi to practice more and cure Qing Dai's illness. Other than agreeing, the other 40 people from the Feng family did not have any other thoughts. They were shocked. Li Dongzhu actually said that he could cure Qing Dai's illness? Was a godly doctor so godly? God bless. No, Li Dongzhu and Qing Dai were fated. Why did he come here? Why did they ask Qing Dai to come here this winter? Why did Princess Yongmu know how to make sachets? Qing Dai performed exceptionally well and recognized all the herbs. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. Everyone stopped playing and hurried on their way back. The Wing Knights went to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect the herbs and send them to the Feng family's pharmacy nearby. "Master." The little girl sat in front of Li Yi and shouted with a smile. "Yes." Li Yi replied, "Master." The little girl shouted again, "I'm here. What do you want to eat?" Li Yi tapped his disciple's nose with his finger. "Ha ha ha, master. How did I meet you?" The little girl wrinkled her nose. She was still so happy. "Because you have helped a lot of people. You are beautiful and smart, and your medical skills are good. I calculated that I have a good disciple. Hurry up and come here." Li Yi started to talk nonsense. He was in a better mood. Qing Dai was lucky to have met him. Otherwise, yes, yes. The little girl believed him. "Master, I want to eat beef jerky. Do you have it?" When she said that, she tried to lower her voice. The problem of eating beef jerky was very serious. Li Yi also lowered his voice. "Yes, it's yak jerky. It's better than the beef jerky here. It's better than the beef jerky here." "Really? Where did it come from?" The little girl had never eaten yak before, but she had heard of it. "Over at the Yellow River." "Tubo, I'll get it for you." Like a thief, Li Yi took out a large piece of beef jerky that had been cut into 1 centimeter thick slices from the box beside him. The little girl swallowed hard. "Master, the Tang dynasty doesn't care about Tubo's cows, right? If you kill him, no one will catch you? The cows are coming. The cows can't come over. It's too hot here in the summer." "That's right, no one cares." Li Yi tore off a large strip and handed it over. The little girl patted her chest and said in a loud voice, "Master, what are the 2 of us afraid of? The Tang dynasty couldn't do anything about it. Let me have a taste. I haven't eaten it before." "Ha ha ha ha." Li laughed loudly as he tore one for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon. Everyone in the group was in a good mood. The little girl's illness could be cured, including the chefs who were preparing lunch in the kitchen of the dining car. Their skills suddenly improved. When they received the news just now, they all cried. What a good child! How could she have an incurable disease? Now they were laughing. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. He could get rid of the little girl's illness with just a little practice. The people of the Feng family felt that the sun had not been so bright for more than 4 years. The most outstanding child in the family was saved. At the same time, they also knew that Li Dongzhu could treat the same illness. If the little girl learned from Li Dongzhu, in the future, the Wing Knights who were looking for death row prisoners began to run desperately to the courier stations. When the group was having lunch at noon, The winged knights who reported the news were less than 200 miles away from Tang. The people and horses were running like crazy. The winged knights who reported the news carried an electric horn. When they were about to reach the courier station, they shouted from afar. The people at the courier station ran out and took the horses. Then they pulled the horses and ran. They rode one horse and pulled the reins to let the other horse run. When the winged knights caught up with the horses, they directly jumped on the horses. It was like a relay race. This way they could save more time. The winged knights who reported the news couldn't wait to teleport and catch the death row prisoners, so that Dongzhu could quickly practice and treat Qingdai's illness. As for the death row prisoners, they could go to hell. In the south of Chang, and rabbit cages were placed in a large warehouse to maintain the temperature. At the same time, they were ventilated and sterilized with lime water. Many rabbits were bathed in warm water, and medicine was added to the bathwater. The rabbits were not used to it, but after eating dried alfalfa and a piece of cabbage, they accepted everything. Winter was not easy. Many times, they did not have enough food and had to go out to dig for grass roots. Why was the dried alfalfa so delicious? How could there be cabbage in this weather? The most important thing was the rabbit food made of wheat bran, cooked bean cakes, and bone powder. Eating a little bit, the taste was very good. The rabbits were cleaned up and ate in the cages. They still don't know their fate. Song Jing and the others strolled around here and looked at the rabbits. It was not suitable to breed livestock now, so they could start to breed the rabbits. Lu Huaishan looked at Song Jing and showed an unhappy expression. He endured and did not say anything. He was no longer the prime minister. Bai Gu was unhappy. He said, "Many people also don't know that they will have more meat to eat in the future. There are also rabbit skins." Yes, Song Jing did not refute. He admitted that the people were more important. Rabbits ate grass and gave birth to more babies so there would be meat. If they had time to pity the rabbits, it was better to think about the people who did not have enough to eat. It did not matter if the rabbits starved to death. But if many people starved to death, they would rebel. Xiao Yi's medical book wrote that rabbit feces can be used as medicine. It is one of the two types of feces. Yao Chong looked at a big rabbit eating alfalfa and said while enduring the pungent smell, "It was written in the newspaper that the more protein there was, the stronger the smell of rabbit feces. The more fiber there was, the greater the proportion of rabbit feces that could be eaten." Only the heavens knew how Li knew. It seemed that he could raise anything. I don't know when he will come back. I feel uneasy with him outside. Su Yi spoke the truth. He thought that if Li Yi was outside alone, it would be better. The key was that Her Majesty was with him. As long as Li Yi wanted to do something, Her Majesty promised to support him and pass the decree back. There was no discussion or communication. What he was facing was an unknown situation. Who would do such a thing? Li Xiaoyi said that it is easy to get sick if we raise them closely. Therefore, we must pay attention to killing germs. Otherwise, it would be fine if the rabbits died. But if they spread to people, it would be troublesome to treat them. Zhang Juling had a good impression of Li Yi. He resigned and went back, thinking a lot. Just as he was thinking, the Li family Zhuangzi sent money over and told him to repair the road. Yes, he wanted to repair the road. It was too timely. Now he was raising and eating rabbits. Rabbits were not raised. They were bigger than chickens and tasted better than smaller fish. The key was that rabbits had skin. Fur was very useful. Moreover, rabbits had less need for grass. In winter, they ate more hay. Hay was easy to prepare. It is almost the new year. Why are they not coming back? There is a new situation at the source of the Yellow River. Song Jing changed the topic. He meant that Li Yi brought Her Majesty out to play and did not think about them. Wei Ji looked at the rabbit. Zai Fu cannot decide about the source of the Yellow River. It is not a big deal. It is just that there are too many people from the Tubo tribe. If there is a mistake, it will have to be changed. Su Yi was very hesitant. Chapter 13:16. It was snowing heavily in Tubo, and the temperature dropped sharply. The ground was covered with snow. Sheep would dig the ground with their hooves when they ate grass, and digging would hurt their hooves. There was not enough hay prepared in summer, so some of the sheep would die. The former Tubo tribesmen who became citizens of the Tang dynasty had a better life. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty helped them collect grass for a while. In addition, they planted their own barley, which was robbed by the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to harvest. The animals they raised were protected from the wind by the city walls. The animals stayed in the pens and lived a good life. The Tubo tribesmen, who were farther away, occasionally rode over to trade with the Tang dynasty. The two sides did not fight. Seeing that the animals of the tribes who surrendered did not freeze to death in winter and even gained weight, they were naturally tempted. When the snow fell, the leaders of the tribes discussed with others and agreed to become citizens of the Tang dynasty. Because the distance was relatively far, it was not easy to move. They were worried that they would not be able to arrive at night even if they started moving in the morning. Their leaders ran over to Guajiun and others and said that they were willing to change their identities. "Can you help us move?" Guajiun discussed with Qin Li, Zhang Shaosong, Hao Lingquan, Wang Juankue, Zhang Zhongliang, and others. Everyone agreed. They sent people to help move, but it would definitely take them a day. They would need to ride 3 horses and leave before dawn and arrive at night. The sheep could not run so fast. Adding tents, fences, and other furniture meant that they would have to spend the night in the wild. While sending people, they also wrote a letter to the imperial court, telling them that many people would come and the logistical pressure would be great. When the letter reached the political affairs hall of Chang, and 6 tribes had already moved, they took the initiative to hand over their weapons and applied when they needed to use them. It was impossible for the whole tribe to go hunting, so only part of the tribe was given. Tang Hulu, a child from a new tribe, entered the city and looked at everything in the city curiously. He saw many snacks and craved them. His mother took out some cheese and helped him exchange it for a bunch. The little boy ate it himself and did not think of giving his mother one. Influenced by traditional education, women and the elderly had no status. The child's mother, who was used to it, was also looking at everything in the town. She had only heard of it from the people who had come to trade. The first thing he felt was warmth. There were tall city walls blocking the wind, and there were houses in the city. There were coals and Kong beds in the house, so the overall temperature was higher than outside the city. In addition, the city was very clean. There was no snow on the streets, nor was there any animal excrement. She brought her son to a random house and asked at the door. Someone responded, so she lifted the curtain and went in. It was also a custom to visit other people's houses. This was a tribe that came first. They lived in the house for free and worked in exchange for some remuneration to buy coal. As soon as the mother and son entered the house, a wave of warm air greeted them. When the head of the household saw that there was a child, he got up and went to get something. He brought over a bamboo can, opened the can of peaches, and poured them on a plate. The child's mother hurriedly thanked her. Not to mention winter. Even in the summer, peaches couldn't be eaten in Tubo. She recognized peaches. There was an embroidery from the Tang dynasty with peaches on it. There were also preserved peaches from the Tang dynasty that he had never eaten before. The little boy was timid and didn't dare to eat them. He knew how precious fruits were in winter. Eat, eat. You'll have more if you work in the future. The strength of our Tang dynasty can be seen from the canned fruits. The head of the household said, "Our Tang dynasty," and he liked his new identity. There was nothing wrong with relying on whoever was strong. As the head of the household spoke, he divided 2 small portions and placed them in front of the mother and son. Only then did the 2 of them eat with the knives and forks that they carried with them. There was sugar in the can, and sugar made people feel happy, except for those with diabetes. In an instant, the mother and son agreed with the new nationality. The Tang dynasty didn't treat Tubo as a country. The other tribes that came later were also strolling around to experience the benefits of the city. If they were still in the enemy's position, they would definitely want to fight and take it for themselves. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat them. Look at their logistics. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were full. They also had canned fruits and vegetables. They even planted greenhouses in the city. However, the vegetables were still small and couldn't be eaten. After a few days, they would be able to eat fresh vegetables, one after another. This was the power of money. The Tang dynasty was too rich. If they became citizens of the Tang dynasty, their lives would be the same as those of the tribes that came earlier. The pressure on the logistics has increased. I don't know if the imperial court can cope with it. Guo was in a meeting with everyone and expressed his concerns. If they transported goods from the rear, the consumption on the way would be too great, even if there was a sleigh. What do you think, Brother Qin? Zhang Shaosong didn't ask anyone else, but Qin Li smiled and said, I can see with my eyes. After making a joke, he continued, if Dongzhu knows about it, he will arrange it for us. The things that we are troubled by are just normal for Dongzhu. That's right. How Ling Quan lived in the family Zhuangzi for many days and learned a lot of things. What he felt most was that any problem was not a problem in front of Li. He could solve it easily. Even the war against Tubo this time, how big was the scale? In the end, Li Yi still dealt with it as usual. He just spent a little more money, but he earned it back immediately. Li Dongzhu is really amazing. Zhang Shaosong was a jinsher, so he had seen more. He pursed his lips and said, Li Dongzhu probably knew that a lot of baggage and provisions would be needed. So he didn't say that he would take the source of the Yellow River at the beginning. When the people's yield per mu increased and the Tang dynasty's overall provisions increased, he would take action. It would make it difficult for the Tang dynasty to continue supplying provisions to the border. Every step was planned in advance. When he said this, the others showed a look of understanding. Don't let the newcomers live in the city first. Outside the city, they can build their own houses and sleep in tents. It's hard to work in cold weather. I believe they can do it if they are pushed to that point. Guo Zhiyun arranged work for the newcomers. The houses were built next to the city and could be used as a defense. They were not completely close to the city wall, but separated by a distance. Hao Lingquan pondered for a moment and said, dig an ice cellar and let them take ice to store. We don't need ice here. Even in summer, the sun is hot outside, but the house is cool inside. The temperature difference every day is big. Qin Li explained the situation, here according to Li Yi's teachings. Ice was useless in Tubo. Summer was only for a short period, and they didn't eat cold drinks. At that time, Li Dongzhu said something about ultraviolet rays. He seemed to say that he should make some face cream in the future. He just didn't know if he could make money in Tubo. Tubo was poor. Then what other work can we do? Wang Junkui was in a dilemma. He understood that he couldn't let everyone be idle. They had to work. I'll write a letter to Dongzhu and ask. Qin Li couldn't think of anything, so he had to choose the simplest way. It was easy to ask Dongzhu. Dongzhu was simple. They still didn't know that Li Yi was not in Chang and had run out to travel. A letter flew out urgently. Everyone went outside and saw the arrangement of the tribes in the city. On the other side, Li Yi's team ran over with an urgent report. Report. It's snowing heavily in Tubo. A new tribe has pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty. The chancellors sent a letter. The messenger wanted to say a letter, but changed his words at the last minute. Chapter 13:17. Third brother, help me take a look. I don't have the time. Li Yi naturally gave what was meant to be given. Li Longji took the letter from the prime minister, looked at the lacquer seal and opened it. With a glance, the prime ministers knew the rules. Urgent matters should not be written in prose, but things that were not urgent could be written in prose. The content was not much, mainly asking how to arrange logistics. Brother E, the prime ministers are worried that the Tubo tribe has surrendered because of the heavy snow. Li Longji said to Li Yi. The prime ministers were worried, but he was not. Wasn't it just logistics? Li Yi nodded gently. Baggage transportation is part of the social economy. 1 million cuttings of grain are taken out, and there are only 300,000 cuttings left after the transportation. It feels like a loss, but in fact it is not. Because Li Yi explained the theory and told everyone that the livestock and manpower investment had its own returns. The return was money, especially in winter. In winter, production in the north was difficult, and the cost of feeding livestock was high. It was different from farming when the weather was warm. Some were even responsible for transportation and did not participate in the work of the fields. This way, the income in winter would be lower. Now that baggage transportation was done, the livestock could eat better food, and the livestock owners could also earn money. In the end, this money still had to be circulated and did not disappear. What was really consumed was the state's financial income, and what was gained was a large group of people who surrendered. The people were resources that could provide more financial income in the future. The money spent on baggage transportation was equivalent to public services. For example, building roads and improving irrigation works were similar to raising pigs. Buy piglets and feed them. Piglets were money, and the feed they fed was even more money. When the pigs were fattened, they would earn more. The meat rots in the pot. When the finances can easily support it, the increase in the population at the border is beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Now, we will start to collect taxes. The greater the tax coverage, the more the Tang dynasty's financial income. Li Yi's final conclusion was this. Is that so? How much money does the Ministry of Revenue have now? Li Dan understood and asked about the money of the imperial court. There should be more than 6 million yuan left. I haven't spent it yet. Next year's planning, look for old Bai. Li Yi knew that he was calculating. They had spent a lot of money on the railway tracks. If they wanted speed, they had to spend more money. Li Dan sighed heavily. I can't believe you still have so much money left. It will be gone after the new year. I don't want the imperial court to have too much surplus in the treasury, so I'll arrange it for them. Then, in the winter, the greenhouse and commercial taxes in the two capitals will be replenished. Next year, the prefectures around the capital and the prefectures around Hunan will have to pay taxes. Li Yi would not allow a large amount of financial surplus to appear. This meant that there were funds to settle down. Li Dan laughed and said, I'll listen to Zhu Yi. He realized that he was worrying for nothing, and there was no need for him to care. Brother Yi, is the money coming from the Ministry of Revenue? Li Longji asked. You've already arranged everything. Now it's an extra expense. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay for it and lend it to the imperial court. Later, it will be deducted from the tax. As for our investment, it's the basic investment for the cooperation project between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. When we distribute dividends in the future, we must deduct the cost of the funds, and the time cost, which is also the interest. It's not easy for us. We're helping Tubo take care of the people during the most critical time of winter. The people need us. Li Yi looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, looked up at her master with admiration. Master, you're the best person in the world. You're still thinking about the people of Tubo. Li Yi lowered his head. Qingdai, I'm not that kind of person. I'm scheming. In the future, I'll teach you the good and evil in the world. After I finish the surgery for you, I'll take my time. Li Yi did not want to lie to his first disciple. Don't think of me as a saint. I'm very ruthless when I act. I'm ruthless and ruthless. If you take off your socks, you'll be even more ruthless. Master, I know. The people you're scheming against are bad people. Qingdai understood thoroughly. After you go back, find a death row prisoner. I'll show you how to use interventional surgery to open the ball. You just need to open it, and then it'll be fine. It's very simple. Li Yi was extremely satisfied with his first disciple. This surgery was simple. Yes, relatively simple. It was just a place that was too narrow, and then put a balloon in it. Within 10 seconds, the balloon would be opened. The narrow place would be enlarged. There would be trauma, but it would not be a big problem. It would heal. Then he would put away the ball and take it out. 10 seconds. The shorter the time, the better. Li Yi needed to practice interventional surgery. He needed to find more death row prisoners to practice his and his assistants' techniques. He had practiced on dead people before. The muscles, blood vessels, and blood pressure of the dead were different from those of the living. In his time in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the standards of the doctors and hospitals with large factories nearby were very high. It was not that they learned well, but they practiced a lot. Li Yi needed living people to practice. Given a chance to live, he believed that 90% of the death row prisoners would be willing. Yes. The little girl had become carefree now. She could live for many years, and that way she could help many people. She had been educated like this since she was young. She did not earn much money, and the living standards of the people around Crouching Bull Mountain were not high enough. Even if there was Mount Lao Jun, the name given by Li Shimin, it was still not enough. Sometimes the Feng family was subsidizing. The patients could not afford to pay for medicinal herbs. There were medicinal herbs in the mountains. Should they save them or not? Picking medicinal herbs was a matter of time. The Feng family was still a little cold in the past. They did not subsidize those who could not afford expensive medicine. If a disease needed ginseng, the Feng family could not find it. Codonopsis ginseng was easy to handle. It was available in the mountains. Now, they were trying their best to accumulate merit for the little girl. The Feng family also knew how powerful this descendant was. She only learned once. In an instant, the reputation of the Feng family's medical center soared. Everyone was accumulating merit for the little girl. In the eyes of the little girl's grandfather, he had done the right thing. Look, Li Dongzhu was here. His granddaughter had outperformed herself and became Li Dongzhu's disciple. Then, the disease suddenly flared up. Li Dongzhu also dealt with it quickly. His family had studied it for 4 years and only managed to alleviate it. At the same time, they determined that Qing Dai would not live to be 15 years old. Who would have thought that Li Dongzhu would say that the disease could be cured? Oh my God! It was really a blessing from the heavens. His family had done good deeds and accumulated merit. That was why the little girl met Li Dongzhu. Master, can we grow Codonopsis ginseng in a greenhouse? The little girl's heart was always on the patient's matter. Although she was young, she was always thinking about the patients. No need for a greenhouse. It can be grown here. Li Yi gave a happy answer. What about ginseng? The little girl still wanted to grow ginseng. No, the climate does not support it. It can only be grown in Bohai Sea. Changbai mountain ginseng. Li Yi still gave an accurate answer. In fact, any place was fine. Northeast ginseng. You can simulate the environment, such as temperature, sunshine, soil, and grow it. The cost of a 3-year ginseng was more than 50 grams. What about a 30-year ginseng? It would cost 500 grams. At that time, Li Yi had sold ginseng in the Northeast market. A 5-year ginseng was sold from 8 to 12 renminbi. They were all bought to stew chicken. It was best to use an 8-year-old ginseng to make wine. After 8 years, the ginseng would start to grow smaller and then become bigger.